विद्यादायक हे मम बंधु, विद्यादायक हे मम बंधु, गजवदना घननाद प्रभु, सिद्धि विना
audio में
Now, we call upon Dr. Sanjay Govind Krishna, who has been a steadfast performer for this association in particular and for homeopathy in general for the past uninterrupted 37 tireless years. Indeed, it's an honor to Dr. Annapurna to escort our president to the stage and present a bouquet to him. Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, it's an honor for us all this evening that Dr. Venugopala Chary, the ever happy and kind homeopath who wrote the cabinet minister of the and now happens to be representative of Telangana government. Thank you for taking time out for us, sir. Please welcome you to the stage. I request the Joint Secretary of our association, Dr. Annapurna, to escort our esteemed guests and decorate him with the book.
We have a very special guest of honor this evening, Dr. Medicina, who happens to be president of Action Media in the state of Telangana and also the private media. Needless to say, we all of us to our guest of honor on the stage and welcome him to the stage. Now we have the third bearer of the association, who has proudly spent most of 6 years of his life and brought many a success stories, none other than Dr. Kunapareddy. We here are joint secretary Dr. Goutham Rallabandi. Welcome him on stage. We have a past precedent and inspiration for many homeopathic practitioners of this part of the country who Come on stage. We request
To 70 years ahead, he was in thinking. So, at the time of Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, the practices in medicine, the practices in therapies were very primitive, violent, and very negative manner the practices were. And he was very unhappy to see all that, practice all that. And he wanted to. 70 years ahead, he was thinking. So, at the time of Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, the practice therapy medicine were very violent, primitive, and very violent, negative manner. In fact, very negative. And he was very unhappy to see all that, practice all that. And he wanted to. So, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, as I said, was ahead of his times in thinking and practicing. So, as a medical scientist, there is no parallel to him in the history of medicine. So, only one person who has enunciated the principles of homeopathy, developed the entire system with all its organs, and he carried out provings on around 40 to 60 remedies. As I said, was ahead of his time in thinking and practicing. So, as a medical scientist, there is no parallel to him in the history of medicine. Only one person who has enunciated the principles of homeopathy with all its organs, and he carried out provings on around 40 to 60 remedies. Samuel Hahnemann was a scientist with vision. So life as such is a phenomenon. So it is not just relating to chemistry, not relating to physics, not relating to biology, not relating to physiology alone. So life, living, illness, treatment, all these things are totally phenomenal. So the phenomenal thinking was for the first time enunciated by him. So his contemporaries were considering human being as a laboratory test tube or a matter. So it is neither just matter nor a laboratory test tube. So we are to understand a human being as a phenomenon. So this holistic concept he has introduced. So accordingly, he developed the art and science of homeopathy. And for all of us, so all the homeopaths should be very proud of being homeopaths because our thinking is much ahead of our times. So even science is yet to, the contemporary science is yet to understand the concepts enunciated by Hahnemann till date. So it is more than 200 years. So he gave so many tenets and doctrines of homeopathy. The scientific world is yet to understand the concepts he proposed. So what I request all of you is to take a great inspiration from such an exemplary personality being our founder and pay heartful homage to him on this occasion, and also rededicate ourselves to the furtherance of homeopathy and serve the suffering humanity through homeopathy well. So Hahnemann, due to Hahnemann, we are not only the beneficiaries, and the patients treated by homeopathy are not only the beneficiaries. The allopathic science also got benefited by him. They do not understand. The practices in allopathy were very bad. So because of that, he got disturbed and he developed this science. So after that, after the advent of homeopathic concepts given by Hahnemann, the very thinking and understanding of illness, disease and treatment from allopathy also started transforming. And all those bad practices have gone. So they have also chosen a better path of treating humanity. So that's why they also should be very grateful to Hahnemann for being a mentor or a pathfinder to their growth and development. And that's why in Vizag, the university, Andhra University, they have put one idol of Hahnemann. Even in Guntur Medical College, they have established one Hahnemann statue. So the entire world has to understand how revolutionary he was and how advanced thinking he had. So on this occasion, we once again pay our tributes to Samuel Hahnemann. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure everyone here and also watching us online is key to watch the program. Now, I would request Dr. G. Durgaprasad Rao, sir, to please give the General Secretary's report.
Good evening, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, our respected President, our Dr. Gopal Krishna, sir, our Chief Guest and Telangana State Representative, Special Representative at Center, Dr. Samudrala Venugopala Chary Garu, and Guest of Honor, the President, Telangana All Journalist Forum, and Resident Editor of Capital Information, Dr. Jitendra Rao Tanugala Garu, and our Chief Advisor, Dr. K. Shankar, sir, and our Founder Director of Institute of Clinical Research in Homeopathy, ICRH, Dr. G.R. Mohan, sir, and our past President and Convenor of our orations and scientific sections, Dr. P. Sampath Rao, sir, and distinguished guests among the audience, doctors, students, and editorial board members, governing council members, and honorary consultants, and last but not least, the print and electronic media. Today, a red line day in our history, and a festive atmosphere here, having the galaxy of homeopathic doctors assembled here, and I am really thrilled to see you all on the auspicious occasion of our master, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann's 267th birthday anniversary commemoration. It is my duty to pay my heartiest tributes to Dr. Hahnemann, on whose name we are conducting this celebration on this day. I also might pay tributes to Dr. N. Ramaya Garu, known as famous Chikadapalli Ramaya, and on whose memory today's scientific session and memorial oration is going to be held after the celebration. Friends, you all are aware that our association, which was founded by the legendary Dr. N.M. Jayasurya 60 years back, with so many other doctors, and of course, today it is only the one association in India, throughout India, serving the cause of homeopathy in many activities without any interruption throughout the year. And our aim is to promote, propagate, and popularize homeopathy among the masses and less privileged society. And our society activities, to start about our activities, besides hospital services, the OPD, Dr. C.L. Modi Charitable Clinic, and multi-specialty clinics, we have so many other activities like training to young graduates and internees. And we conduct monthly orations as a part of continuous medical education. And several memorial orations are being conducted since 1981. And besides this memorial orations and clinical meetings, we also conduct national-wide seminars by inviting distinguished speakers of homeopathy from all parts of the India. You are also witnessing today our monthly journal, Medicina, Futura, Homoeopathica, since last 7 years. And today it is a special occasion. We are going to launch 100th issue of our journal by our chief guest. And besides this journal and our free medical camps, we conduct free medical camps, and we conduct preventive medicine camps. We have been distributing free preventive medicine in all the epidemics, right from brain fever to today's COVID. And our IC research wing of under the aegis of Professor Dr. G.R. Mohan sir, the ICRH had successfully completed a research project sanctioned by Ayush Department, Government of India, CCRH. And life members, we have the life members, more than 250 members today. And the members once become the part of our association, the privilege of being life member is manifold. Because apart from the education, training, medical camps, monthly orations, seminars, clinical assistance, and in fact, so many activities, we may give chance to our life members to come with us and to participate in all our activities and scope of working for the cause of homeopathy. Because of any reason, however may be the situations and whatever may be the outcome, we could able to complete and continue all our activities without break. All this is possible because of our governing council members and our honorary consultants and good support from all of you in the form of deeds and kind of things and of course money also. But everything is okay. But the pitiest part is our association doing charitable services, striving hard to pay for the taxes of the government in the form of property tax, electricity bills and water bills, which have become commercial category. For so many years, we used to convince the government as we are doing service and we used to get nominal charges. But of late, in the last 10 years, we have been charged commercial rates, and since then, we have been paying some thousands of rupees in the form of taxes. Because, you know, this is a charitable organization, and here everybody and doctors and consultants, everybody comes on free and extend their services freely, but our taxes to the government are going in an exorbitant way. And the real donations and the contributions which are given by the philanthropic, very well-known people and the social organizers, and it is going waste of the amount is going waste in the form of commercial taxes and commercial rates of electricity and water bill. I request our chief guest from this dais, because you are also a doctor and you are part of us, and we have been to what we are doing, you are well aware, and you witnessed many times our activities. And I request our chief guest to initiate the task in the government and make it a recognition and give us a charitable stage so that we can work more conveniently using that money, donations and other things for activities of our association. And secondly, today on behalf of our guest of honor, Dr. Jitendra Rao Tanugula, I request for anything publicity is important. Because today homeopathy, even it is very popular, due to meager publicity only, we are able to survive. This is mouth-to-mouth publicity and patient-to-patient publicity. But among the less privileged people, the homeopathy is not going fast into the rural areas and even urban areas also, in the cities also. Many are not aware of the benefits of the homeopathy because of low publicity. So I request our guest of honor, Dr. Jitendra Rao Tanagula, to cooperate us and to give wide publicity about the homeopathy and mainly our association also. And another thing is this much of scientific system, the modern system of medicine, homeopathy, founded by our master Dr. Hahnemann, on whose commemoration birth anniversary we are sitting here. Though it was having strong principles and basic laws and some fixed scientific principles, though it is popularized in many countries and mainly in India, and also the glory of homeopathy is spread all over the world. But only one thing is, the homeopathy is still in the womb of scientific world, because it is not being accepted by the scientific world as a scientific basis of medicine. Though, however, we try anyway means, but it is now due to lack of awareness, due to lack of cooperation, and due to lack of the benefits of the system, and we are lacking behind to give the scientific output of this system. And we are having separate department like AISH, and the central government is spending so many crores of rupees on our homeopathic projects. And in the state also there is AISH department, and we are getting funds for AISH department also. But in spite of all these benefits and other things, this scientifically it is not accepted by the scientific community as a scientific system of medicine. It is a piteous part, and on this dais, only we can't help anything because which is not believed by others. So our results are the only evidences. So we are having evidence-based system of medicine. So with this, today I conclude my report, General Secretary report, and I thank you all the dignitaries for your patient hearing. And thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for giving the audience an insight into all the activities and programs under the wings of our association. Let us remember, one book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world. Every new scientific discovery in the world of medicine only seems to be getting closer to the truth of homeopathy that our founder expounded more than 200 years ago. In popular parlance, there are some views of Hahnemann that are very much not known to us. I request Dr. Goutham Sir, our Joint Secretary, to please share the unseen and unheard of this gentleman from Germany.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Goutham Rallabandi. I welcome each and everyone for today's session here. As introduced, I'm here to say a few words. The things which we already know, which we have read from our books. I'm here not to discuss those things. I'm here to say things which not many of us are aware. These things I came to know recently. So I'm here to share this. This is from a book, Heilkunst series, An Affair to Remember, the curious history of the use of dual remedies, its suppression and significance, by Rudy Vesper in resonant collaboration with Steve Decker. I'm just quoting a few sentences from the chapters of this book. In these intervening years, that is after the foundation laid by our master Hahnemann, during much of his life, there has been little understanding of the complete aspects of new system of the medicine As a result, the secondary homeopathic literature, as well as the various translations of his works, consists of confusion rather than clarity, misconceptions rather than understanding, and in some cases, deception rather than perception of the truth. What is written in Legacy Bequeathed to Mankind by Dr. Hahnemann. Because of the failure of generations of followers to fully understanding the nature of genius as embedded in Hahnemann's writings, in particular, the Organon der Heilkunst, the Organon of the art of remediation, which is linked to numerous of his other works, such as chronic diseases and occasional articles. This failure of comprehension is due to both faulty translation and inability to fully comprehend the depth of meaning embedded in Hahnemann's writings. It is the nature of genius to be ahead of its time and to leave to future generations, that is our generation, the task and joy of unfolding the treasures that lie hidden. What is required in this case is both a command of German language, including a deep understanding of the cultural and philosophical context within which genius operates, in order to able to discern the full meaning of the terms used. Now I'm coming straight to the point. The historic letter which was written to our master, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, that spring of 1833 came from one of his closest followers, Dr. Egede, concerning the positive clinical results of a new approach to application of remedies. The chain of events that it triggered has become known as dual remedy affair, and that has bedeviled homeopathy and his followers ever since. Until now, the details and meaning of the events here recounted have been largely hidden or suppressed out of a mix of miscomprehension and political expediency. And this distorted version of events was subsequently perpetuated to dogma and ignorance. As we are aware of Dr. Carl Julius Egede, he was an Italian doctor who was very adherent of Hahnemann's new medical system. He subsequently became a confidant of Dr. Hahnemann next to Dr. von Boninghassen. The story ostensibly begins with Dr. Egede's letter to Hahnemann on 15th May 1833, giving details on 233 cured cases. This in itself was not so remarkable, but in this case, the cures had been obtained by the use of two highly potentized substances given together and act from a different side. We do not have a copy of Egede's letter, but we have the contents of Hahnemann's reply, which was given a month later after Egede wrote a letter. So I quote this: "Dear friend and colleague, do not think I'm capable of rejecting any good thing from mere prejudice or because it might cause alterations in my doctrine. I only desired the truth as I believe you do too. Hence, I am delighted that such a happy idea has occurred to you and that you have kept it within necessary limits, that two medicinal substances in smallest dose or by olfaction should be given together only in a case where both seem homeopathically suitable, but each from a different side. Under such circumstances, the procedure is so consonant with the requirements of our art that nothing can be urged against it. On the contrary, homeopathy must be congratulated on your discovery." These were the words by Dr. Hahnemann to Dr. Egede in his reply letter to Dr. Egede. He further said, "I have no doubt concerning the good result. I am glad that von Boninghassen is entirely of our opinion and acts accordingly. I think too that both remedies should be given together, just as we take sulfur and calcarea together when we cause our patients to take or smell hepar sulfur, or sulfur and mercury when they take or smell cinnabar. Permit me then to give your discovery to the world in the 5th edition of Organon, which will soon be published. Until then, however, I beg you to keep it to yourself and try to get Mr. Jar, whom I greatly esteem, to do the same. At the same time, I there protest and earnestly warn against all abuse of the practice by frivolous choice of two medicines to be used in combination." Further, Dr. Richard Hale, in Hahnemann's biographer, he wrote in 1922, His conception of these diseases, and in particular his Sora theory, aroused the criticism of friend and foe to a tremendous extent from the very moment of publication. At this point, many of his adherents and students refused to follow him any further. To his opponents, these views of his seemed to be even more idiotic than the high dilution medicines of homeopathy, and for nearly a century, they have formed the target of scornful ridicule. Continental homeopaths have known from Hahnemann's own time that he did not use combination remedies, and the material in German biography of Hahnemann by Dr. Richard Hale have been available to homeopaths who can read German for 74 years. But these historical facts have not been easily accessible to English-speaking homeopaths. So that is the main reason we don't know such things, who do not read German. So it is not surprising that the Anglo-American homeopaths have believed for a long time that Hahnemann never used combinations. The documented historical fact, however, is that he did use combination medicines. The conclusion, the key to opening the riches of Hahnemann's complete medical system and to removing the legacy of confusion and distortion regarding his works lies in the knowledge and full comprehension of dual remedy affair. Rather than allowing it to remain hidden, suppressed, and distorted, we need to give it the attention it deserves. The affair over dual remedies in homeopathic history is clearly an affair to remember. I know many of you are confused. I will definitely share the link and the articles related to this to all the registered members, so we can go through this. These are the few sentences or the quotes from the information which I gathered. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for bursting many myths that we hold. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. Samudrala Venugopala Chary ji, to unveil the 100th issue of Medicina Futura Homoeopathica Journal. I request Venugopal Gouri sir to please join. I request Durgaprasad sir to please join. Very few journals the world over have actually been able to reach this number. This was originally started by the then president of our association, Dr. Lakshmi Narayan ji, in the 1980s. He took the crux and the burden of running this journal for few years till his unfortunate demise. But good things cannot be stopped for long. It was a dream of our honorary advisor, Dr. Shankar Kunapareddy ji, to rejuvenate, and we have started the same in April 2012. But for the hiatus of 20 months due to COVID onslaught, this went into hibernation. Now it has come back in a new avatar to reach out to any homeopath around the world seeking to read. It is now available online.
Thank you, sir. A man of distinct vision and a fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an idol of knowledge and experience and inspiration to all of us. Thereby, I request Dr. Shankar Kunapareddy sir to please say some knowledgeable words about Medicina Futura Homoeopathica.
Mr. President, Dr. Gopal Krishna, Chief Guest, Dr. Venugopala Chary, and Guest of Honor, Dr. Jitendra Rao, Principal Speaker of today, Dr. Mishra, Dr. G.R. Mohan, many colleagues, friends, good evening, everybody. Today, a special day for HMAT, Homeopathic Medical Association of Telangana. Special for more than one reason. There are two All India associations in our country, HMAT, Homoeopathic Medical Association of India. Another is IIHP, Indian Institute of Homeopathic Physicians. Both are All India organizations. Both have been publishing monthly journals, but none of the organizations had continuously published the journal. Only 1 year, 1.5 years, again a gap of 2 or 2.5 years, and again for 6 months or 1 year. Now I believe there is no publication. This association is not an all India body. It is a state organization, but we have been publishing this journal without any interruption for the last 10 years. Today, what Dr. Chary has released is the 100th edition of our journal. Publishing a journal is not a profitable proposition for any institution. It may be a profitable proposition for a medical company because the company can publicize its products for the readers, for the practitioners. But for an organization of this sort, it is only an official organ of the association to spread the activities of the organization and to spread the ideology for which the organization stands for. And we have an editorial board. We have a board of advisors for the journal. If you open the first page of the journal, you find so many names, but they are all honorary names. The people who work for this journal, people or person, one or two. This is a very hard work, a difficult task, because we don't get any original material. We hardly get any original material, but we have to fill up 50 pages of the journal. So we just go on requesting people to send their case reports, their experiences, and any original matter we can put our hands on. We gather that, publish it. We also get some information from various institutions. We publish their activities. We also get some case reports from practitioners. We publish it. All said and done, we always find difficulty in filling up the pages because lack of information from the profession. And after collecting the articles, after correcting the articles, after typing the articles, everything is sent to the printer, and the printer wants his pound of flesh. He will take a sweet time, he will publish it, and then we get these journals, write the addresses, and send it to post office for posting. So all the process takes around almost 1 month, and by the time the journals are posted, it will be 10th of that month. So by the time the next issue will be in the process. So it is a continuous process, continuous work. It is not and by the way, it is a thankless job. Because we have been publishing it for the last 10 years, only in COVID time, a couple of years, the publication was stopped for obvious reasons. And otherwise, it has been a regular feature, regular journal is being published. And why I say thankless is because when we take up an issue and present that through the journal, that is the purpose of a journal, not only scientific, many other problems the profession is facing. All that has to be reflected in our journal. That is actually the purpose. So whenever any issue is taken up, highlighted, and published, we expect some response from the readers. Honestly, I am stating, during this 10-year period, there was hardly any response from the readers. In one issue, we have taken up the issue of admissions into homeopathic medical colleges. Today, when I was the principal, the strength of the students was 60 admission every year. Today, I believe it is 100. Out of 100, if I am not wrong, 80 are girls, right? Am I wrong? Maybe 85 or 75. 5 this or that side, but absolute majority is girls. So in my editorial, I stated, stop admissions to girls and encourage boys admissions. Stopping means not totally stopping. Have some reservation for boys. At least some 30% of the admission should be boys. Not that I have any animosity against girls. For obvious reasons. Out of 80 girls that come out of the college, not even 40 practices. Hardly 40, 50% practice, and the rest they don't. So if these seats are given to boys, at least somewhere they go and do the practice, and homeopathy will have some benefit out of it. So when I wrote that girls should not be encouraged and boys should be encouraged to study homeopathy, I thought I'll be questioned or attacked by the girl students of the college. Hardly any response, hardly any query, hardly anybody questioned me. అంటే ఒకసారి నాకు అనుమానం ఏంటంటే అసలు చదవరేమో అనుకుంటాను నేను. ఇంత పెద్ద ఇష్యూ ఉన్నది, ఇంత పెద్ద క్వశ్చన్, ఇంత పెద్ద ప్రాబ్లం, and deliberately I said that boys should be given reservation and girls should be discouraged. Nothing happened, no response, no stimulus. So I have a very strong doubt whether the journals are read by the subscribers or not. So if the journal is not read, the very purpose of publishing the journal is defeated. At what cost we are publishing? Thanks to our association. The association is bearing the price and cost of the publication every month. Every month. If it is a quarterly journal, at least we have some breathing time. It is a monthly journal. By the time we publish the first month journal, second month is ready for action. So that is the situation. And who is working for this? Somebody has to collect the articles. Somebody has to correct the articles. Somebody has to type the articles. Somebody has to send it to the press and ensure that it is properly printed, bounded, and posted. Someone has to do it as a full-time job. And the editorial board consists of only several members, but only 2 people are active. One is myself. I write only 1-page editorial. My work is over. The entire rest of the thing is done by another person who does not want to be identified, who does not want to be known by the people, who does not want his photograph to be published, who does not want his paper to be published. It is none other than Dr. Venugopal Gouri. He deserves all the appreciation, all the applause for all the hard work he is doing. And I can very boldly, honestly say the journal is alive because of Dr. Venugopal Gaur. So as professionals, as professional colleagues, your contribution is you can collect some good information useful to the profession and pass it on to our office so that we may be finding it some material to publish, because always we find difficulty in gathering material to publish in the journal. So that is how you can also help in getting some information, any interesting cases treated in your clinic or in a friend's clinic or in somebody's clinic. That will be a lot of information to the readers, and it will give them a lot of encouragement also for further practitioners, for practice to develop more and more interest in the science. That is the purpose of a journal. So I thank the organization for giving me this opportunity. For the last 10 years, I have been associated with this journal, and in future also. I don't know whether the finances permit us, because hardly we get any subscription. We almost distribute the journal free of cost to most of the members and other friends. And we do get some donations from some sympathizers, some lovers of homeopathy from various circles. And it is a very expensive proposition, publishing a journal. Dr. Jitendra Rao must be knowing as a journalist what are the problems involved in publishing a journal, that too a monthly journal. So we seek your cooperation, you seek your help, and you seek your assistance in every way in running the journal, because this is the 100th journal we have released today. And I hope in future also the association will come to the rescue of the journal in financially supporting it. And all of you, my appeal to all of you to come forward and to help for the journal to flourish and continue to serve the cause of homeopathy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to bring into our notice, as this year we also complete 50 years of Dr. C.L. Modi's charitable clinic, which was only made possible to achieve with the due time and efforts of those who devoted themselves to serve the society dutifully. I thereby request our guest of honor, Dr. Jitendra Rao Tanugula, to please inaugurate the AV. I request our chief guest, Dr. Venugopala Chary, sir, to inaugurate the AV.
మాట్లాడినాక బటన్ వస్తారా మాట్లాడుకుంటా కేసీఎన్ ఆల్రెడీ అనౌన్స్డ్. డాక్టర్ హనుమాన్ గారి 267 బర్త్డే యాన్యువల్ సెలబ్రేషన్స్, అదేవిధంగా గౌరవనీయులు హోమియో సిస్టానికి ఇవన్నీ ఇచ్చిన చిక్కడపల్లి రామయ్య గారి బర్త్డే వారికి ట్రిబ్యూట్స్ అర్పిస్తూ ఈరోజు ఈ కార్యక్రమాలు ఏర్పాటు చేసిన గౌరవనీయులు డాక్టర్ గోపాలకృష్ణ గారికి, అదేవిధంగా కార్యదర్శి దుర్గాప్రసాద్ గారికి, ఈ కార్యక్రమాలకు కత్తి వచ్చిన గౌరవనీయులు మా గురు గోపాలకృష్ణ గారికి కానీ సంపత్ గారికి అందరికీ జయసూర్య కళాశాలలో వైస్ ప్రిన్సిపాల్గా ఉంటూ మాకు అడ్వైజ్ చేసిన డాక్టర్ శివశంకర్ గారికి, అదేవిధంగా జిఆర్ మోహన్ గారికి, మరి ఈరోజు ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్పంచుకుంటున్న ఎమినెంట్ డాక్టర్స్ అందరికీ, లేడీస్ అండ్ జెంట్మెన్, రియలీ ఇట్స్ ఏ ప్రివిలేజ్ ఫర్ మీ అటెండింగ్ ద ఫంక్షన్ organized by the Homeopathic Medical Association of Telangana on this occasion. Okay, I don't want to go details because our A.K. Mishraji, Honorable Professor A.K. Mishraji is having 40 years experience in teaching line. He came from Odisha. I think most of the doctors or students are waiting for his comments on the scope of homeopathy in the prevention and treatment in geriatric problems. Because after retirement, there is only system geriatric. I think from him, we have to know his experiences. So, system that Shankar spoke, and almost all you know, it's a worldwide, and as per the World Health Organization, it is a internationally, it is used and it's a proved as a second largest utilized healthcare system internationally, homeopathy. Nearly, it is covering 80 countries nowadays. So it believes, as you know, it believes it delivering gentle and permanent cure to curable illness and relieving the symptoms like a palliation of a incurable illness. Hence, it is based on the belief that the body can cure itself. Hence, the basic objective of the homeo medicine is to stimulate the body's natural defense system or immune system to the cure illness. Unlike the modern medicine system, it is based on the principles of the generalities, but homeopathy based on the principles of the individualization. As one of the speaker already told, that two individuals suffering with the same cause also, depend upon this presentation, will give the different medicines. That is a peculiarity of the homeopathy. And there are a lot of comments from the other systems of the medicine or modern system are invalid, because homeopathy works only for chronic cases. Homeopathy not works in acute cases, and it has limit its own scope of limits. So almost all controversies we are receiving every day. And before practice, before becoming politician, also I used to hear same comment from the other system of the medicine fellows. Nearly to tide over the single disc crying because acute case like acute myocardial infection, automatically modern system will work. But whereas illness like acute immune disorders, homeo is a better scope. This is only comparison between two systems. It is not a slow acting medicine, you know, because recent pandemic, COVID, most of the allopathy doctors, most of the allopathic institutions, we supplied homeopathy medicine, but nobody telling that. Even different department, the government of India, myself I given to 70 officers homeopathy medicine. Arsenic album or carbamide or phosphorus depend upon their symptoms, total symptoms. Sulfur also again in some cases, and lacasis, merxal, bryonia, depend upon symptoms, we have provided. But unfortunately, nobody telling that we got relieved with homeopathy. We got WHO one side, and drug mafia is one side, drug medicines are one side. It pure controlling the entire, not only India, controlling entire the world economics. That's why systems like homeopathy or Ayurveda, though they got good medicines for curing, not allowing by the WHO. So naturally, as per the government, they have to follow the WHO. And you know, most of the cases in WHO also, day by day, some medicine they are providing. Because during the first COVID episode, there is no protocol medicines. And somebody used as a malarial, anti-malarial treatment, those Trump used this one. So we also use. And second, no mask, no remdesivir. And afterwards, later it entered second phase, entered from protocol, using mask, sanitizer, and injection, remdesivir injections. And some medicines are came and they are implementing. But it's actually virus, it is a. As you know, globally, there is no medicine introduced for virus. Immunoglobulin, you see any medicine, whether it is a antiviral, so far in allopathy, they are not discovered. Ultimately, it comes to the homeopathy medicine only, because We treat whether it's a biotic, antibiotic or viral, we treat same thing. This is a peculiarity of the homeopathy. In this regard, I tell to all the dignitaries, because in this system, now what happened day by day, no doubt in India, its system is getting more convents and getting more population. But in other countries, slowly the ratio is coming down. UK directly they stopped finance for the system to improvement. And other countries also, like one thing is that scientifically not proved. So we tell that, WHO also tell that health for all by 2020. We are challenging that we'll cure the medicine, and we challenge it also. Even chronic cases, in acute cases, even anything you can see before X-ray result and after X-ray result, we challenge that we'll cure the disease. But how? We'll say the dynamic plane, single plane, vital force. Okay, during Hahnemann time, 70th century, he discovered the homeopathy. Same aphorisms we are following, same mathematical we are following, same potencies we are following, decimal potency or 30 potency, 20 potency. So after 200 years also, system greatness, whatever the Hahnemann, during Hahnemann time, they used while malaria kind of medicine. So same medicines are using this system greatness and system efficiency. But it should be implemented in the form of the research. Most of the research fellows are coming in Mumbai. There are 2-3 cases are solved, and other members also coming. And there are institutions also located in Pondicherry, in other places also. But thing is, we are lacking in research. That is a now turning point, and we have to gear up. Otherwise, modern system fellows will tell the polio is ours, DPT is ours, stethoscope is also we discovered. Even they don't allow, they don't see the stethoscope, they don't keep the also. Whenever the patient will come to any nursing home, or you might have seen, or any corporate hospital, patient is telling some symptoms that, sir, I am suffered with temperature 10 days back, later they have developed some stomach pain, and later I become, day by day, I become weakness. He is telling simultaneously, and concerned doctor is writing a test, ECG or TCDC, ESR, all the tests while he completes his narration, he completes the story of test. So naturally, second day, he will send all the tests to the laboratory. Nowadays, for them, not necessary to keep the readings also. In that hemoglobin percentage there, RBC percentage there, W percentage there. By seeing the result, he will tell immediately. After 3 days, they will get result. Pathological results is there, scanning results is there. Then they can prescribe from 3rd day onwards. Naturally, patient feels better. That system is lacking in homeopathy. Though homeopathy is a great system, the founder of our Hahnemann, founder of our homeopathy, Samuel Frederick Christian, after converting the allopathy, actually the originally allopathy doctor. He vexed with allopathy activities, he vexed with allopathy practice. That's why he discovered the homeopathy. Depend upon symptom, depend upon individuation, the system based on the similar currenter, like that he discovered. Still the system is going efficiency. After inspect 200 years also, the system is following, and the same medicines we are implementing, results are seeing. But in that, I request all the dignitaries, those who attended here, so research work should be more and more. We have to create research work. If you don't create research work, system will continue, and later in other countries, the popularity also will come down slowly. So to prevent that, I request all elders, those who attended here, and especially organization like Homeopathic Association of Telangana, and all stalwarts are there. That Sampath is there. He running is the Global Homeopathy Institute. That Gopala Krishna is there. So we are practicing allopathy, but he never practiced allopathy, total homeopathy only. Because for our life's sake, after completion of the homeopathy, we have practiced allopathy naturally. From after 4 months, 55 months, 50, slowly we started homeopathy only. But nowadays, compare with other days, when we are students, now the system popularity more and more, gain more and more. Because you recently seen COVID, outspoken COVID pandemic. So after using the mostly this one steroids, immediately black fungus for black fungus also homeopathy medicine used in the ENT hospital. I given homeopathy medicine for Dr. Sampath, who is a professor working there. So we have supplied some homeopathy medicines in black fungus also. But nobody will tell. We don't want, but they recovered from that medicines also. Like mucormycosis, we used so many medicines like arsenic album, sulfur, lacasis, Merxal, bryonia. Depend upon some symptoms I have given personally because most of the patients came from Allahabad and Nizamabad. Through requesting through nurses, we have supplied homeopathy medicine. So ultimately, the good results are there. Even in spite of using government of India level also, nobody is telling that without we used homeopathy medicine with that. Bombay, you see, Bombay, most of the slum area, more than 3.5 lakh people, they taken the first dose, second dose of homeopathy. Same area, those who are not taken homeopathy as a preventive, they got affected with the COVID. But these fellows, 80% of people, they didn't got any affected. The CM of the Maharashtra given open statement. Third day again he withdrawn the statement. Problem with the WHO. So in this area, homeopathy is a good system, efficient system. We got potentiality. But I request all stalwarts, we can implement the system into the research wing. So research should be more and more from government side or individually in institutes like private institutes and whatever this magazine Medicine Futura in also we have to emphasize and we have to improve. System should be in the research institutes, researchers work should be more and more for improve of that system. And really congratulate Gopala Krishna and Durgaprasad for giving this opportunity, and also congratulate for issuing of the Medicine Futura 100 issue. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sampath Rao, sir, has always played a stellar role whenever there is a need and challenge has risen. Not many would know that the academic course of homeopathy was only a diploma, and many from here of the ilk of Dr. Sampath Rao, sir, fought and sacrificed to see that it was made into a degree course. Dr. Sampath Rao, sir, who has served as the Dean of Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and also on the elected board of Central Council of Homeopathy and Central Council of Research in Homeopathy, has been ardently helping the association in the arm of academics too, by taking an important role in seeing that the scientific orations every month at HMAT go on uninhibited. We have had our speakers from all over the country. Sir was instrumental in all these endeavors. Our success of 2017 scientific seminar All India at Hyderabad is a brainchild of Dr. Sampath Rao, sir. With this, I request Dr. Sampath Rao, sir, to please share a few words.
Good evening, everybody. At the outset, let me convey my best wishes to all the dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais on the occasion of 267th birthday celebration of our founder of homeopathy, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann. The chief guest of today's function, Dr. Venugopala Chary, the guest of honor of today's function, Dr. Jitendra Rao, the president of our Homeopathic Association of Telangana, Dr. Gopala Krishna Garu, the General Secretary, Dr. Durgaprasad, the past president of our association, Dr. J.R. Mohan sir, the convener of our association, Dr. Shankar sir, and all the office bearers, governing council members of our association, members of our association, the speaker of our today's oration, Dr. Misra ji. Homeopathic Association of Telangana to pay tributes to the Hahnemann to take this science to the next level. So it is not only publishing the journals, not only organizing the charitable dispensary, but also it is organizing monthly orations from 1945 to till now. The orations are going on without any break, and even during the COVID situation also. And here we are updating the knowledge to the homeopathic doctors who are practicing, and also the research activities what are going on around us in the field of the homeopathy. So we are enlightening the students and the undergraduate and the postgraduate students. And during the COVID period, not only we roped in the stalwart homeopathic doctors to update the information regarding the preventive medicine and the treatment, medicine indicator, but also we roped in the pathologists, the radiologists, the pulmonologists, and also the pediatricians and epidemiologists to update the knowledge to our homeopathic fraternity and also to the PG students and the UG students. So this, because of these orations, the organization not only the benefit of this not only taken by Andhra and Telangana states, our orations are being watched by people all over India. We have the pan-India viewership. So I congratulate the association for doing the real service to update the knowledge of the homeopathic doctors. Though homeopathy is not being patronized by any government, so homeopathy on itself, because of its potentiality, because of its simplicity, would able to stood second in serving the patients. First is allopathy, second is homeopathy, though there is no patronage from anybody. So homeopathy is having such potentiality. It not only can treat the acute diseases, but also the chronic diseases, wherein even the hopeless diseases also can be treated by homeopathy. Sometimes the diseases which cannot be treated by allopathic medicines can be treated by homeopathic medicines. So Dr. Venugopala, our chief guest, was telling, so when he suffered from, I think, heart attack. So ultimately, he was forced to take the allopathic medicine, he was telling. So no doubt, allopathic medicine is having some potentiality, I am not denying, but there are so many successful stories in homeopathy also. I am working in Karnataka. The former health minister, who is a allopathic physician, but a staunch homeopath, when an IAS officer who was traveling along with him from Mangalore to Bangalore suffered from angina. Okay. So he gave him aconite. So he has become all right after taking the aconite medicine. So this newspaper people, they came to know, they asked him who was the patient and what is the medicine. So the patient was an IAS officer. The medicine given was a homeopathic medicine by an allopathic doctor. Then the IMA of the Karnataka state given a strong statement. So a allopathic doctor, how can he give you a homeopathic medicine? There the issue was whether homeopathic medicine helped the patient or not. So he did a cross practice and he is liable for the punishment, was the discussion. Okay. Here, on this occasion, what I want to share is so many young practitioners, they are sitting in front of me. So please do hard work in studying homeopathy and practice homeopathy, and definitely it's not only going to bring the name and fame to you, but also solve the problems of the people. Until unless it is having the potentiality, so how we could able to eliminate Japanese encephalitis in 70s and 80s. So belladonna, calcarea carb, tuberculinum were given, and Japanese encephalitis was totally eliminated. So this credit definitely it should go to the homeopathy, but neither any media nor the government talks about it. And when such is the result, then they would have used homeopathy properly during the COVID. So we would have given better results than the vaccination. This is my personal opinion. So in Gulbarga, we have distributed the medicine arsenic alb in the camps where there is a first contact. Who are being isolated because they contacted the COVID cases. So in those camps we have given, and more than 98% of the people, they did not get it, where the medicine was not given. So only 80% of the people, they did not get it. What about this 18%? 98 minus 80, 18% of the patients, they had the good result because of the arsenic alb. Okay, so like this, even Gujarat government was also conducted and given a research paper. So preventing the COVID cases. Okay, so such wonderful results are there in homeopathy. They are to be bring back to the limelight so that homeopathy will become the first line of treatment. One organization in Bombay, it is conducting monthly camps. The camp's name is Hope for Hopeless. Wherever there is no hope for that particular disease, so those patients are only taken, and their successive rate is more than 60%. Where all allopathic, homeopathic and all other systems fails, and those cases only they will be taken. So I happened to attend one of the camp, an autism patient. So that patient was given MAC-carb on the basis of, so history was taken from the mother. When this child was in the mother's womb, because this child was a girl child, so because of the family pressure, she took the medicine for the abortion. Luckily or unluckily, abortion did not take place, but the result was autistic child. So MAC-carb made a wonderful change in that child, and the child's autism was totally became normal. This cannot be possible with allopathic medicine. So with such simple, good medicines are there, and we can challenge anybody with our medicines. Okay, and whatever the allopathy they are having, so whatever the developments, engineering developments they have invented, so like the oxygen and other mechanical aids, so they are using, and because of that they are in the forefront. So as far as the medicine is concerned, definitely homeopathy is having a step ahead than allopathy. But whatever the amount of the propaganda other systems are getting, homeopathy is not getting. This is my view. So I want to end by reading a शायरी. हमको मिटाने का ये जमाने में दम नहीं है, हमको मिटाने के जमाने में दम नहीं है, जमाने से हम नहीं है, हम खुद जमाना है. So let me give one more experience of mine with homeopathy. Recently, I suffered from stroke. I think you can make out in my walking. So you can't make out, thank you. Okay. So because of that, both the eyelids were closed on both the sides. Okay. So when I was admitted in the hospital, my first concern was my eyelids, because I cannot see anybody. I have to open my eyelids to see somebody or anybody. Okay. So homeopathic medicine, hyasamas was not given. I was asked to, my daughter was asked to apply hyasamas. Who is the allopathic doctor? She is a radiologist. To my toes and the fingers. So within 10 hours, I could able to see everybody. That is the effectiveness of homeopathy. And within 1 week, so I could able to do all my activities independently. Otherwise, like my friend Dr. Chary, so I used to go along with 4 bodyguards, 2 in front, 2 in the back. So I'm not a person who is holding some government position. Because of the need, I should not fall front side, I should not fall right side, left side. So all the bodyguards were sent on leave within 1 week. So the credit goes to the homeopathy. So that is the reason why that Chary I quoted. So on the occasion of 257th birth anniversary celebration, so let us work hard, and there may be some more simple solution for prescription. Let us try to invent that, and let us take this medicine to the masses, and let us serve the people. That is the better way of, conveying the tributes to our founder, Dr. Hahnemann. With this, once again, I convey my best wishes to all of you. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Moving further, I would request Dr. G.R. Mohan, sir, the man behind many activities for homeopathy. He is the inspiration behind setting up of all the private colleges of homeopathy around the city, because it was hard work and effort that the first private college, Dev's Homeopathic Medical College, saw the light of the day. Later, as you all are aware, 3 others followed. Not just that he has been a great teacher, as we all know, he also inspires many of his students to be a great teacher, which actually happens to be the driving force for all the students in the private colleges. I request G.R. Mohan, sir, to speak about ICRH, as he is the founder director.
Good evening to one and all.
Firstly, I owe my respect to my teacher, Dr. Shankar Garu. Because of him, what I am today. Because I want to cut short my speech, Dr. Misraji is waiting since more than 2 hours. I know the punishment, waiting punishment. I want to carry one few words of Dr. Shankar Garu. He used to say, daily read one drug. On Sundays, you read 2 drugs. Now, reading monthly 1 drug also, it is not taking place. Sincerely, I don't think, sir. Even the teachers in the college also, with a due respect, they may not be in a position to read a drug every day. Any system without research, it is just like yesterday's newspaper. If you do some research, then only some new thoughts will come. Without doing any research, simply talking hours together on the stage, it is no use. I also thank all my students. What I am today, even Chary Garu, Sampath Rao Garu, Krishna Garu, the Durgaprasad Garu, whatever, so many students, even Sai, Shruti, latest, I owe my, whatever the success I have done. I won the state award, I won the extramural research project at the center, ICRH project. I successfully completed with the blessings of all my students. Here I want to mention one word, Dr. Chaturbuj Naik ji. Sir, your principal from Bhubaneswar, he was the CCRH director. He has helped me. He has sanctioned this EMR project. Even though we have completed, my colleague is there here. I request him to stand. He is the Dr. Murli. Another person is there, Dr. Ramkrishna Prasad. Dr. Prabhakar Korata is a psychiatrist. So with the help, we have completed the project with 3 years exactly. But Government of India, they have cleared after 10 years. Last week only, I got my amount, last installment. So this is not any complaint, sir. This is not anything. I take it as a very challengingly. I take it as a challenging. Just you are coming from the neighboring state. You are, you know, Dr. Chaturbuj Naik. I wholeheartedly thank him. Another thing, this EMR project is started in the 2009. I thank all the office bearers for giving me shelter to conduct this research project. Government of India said, you do the research at Osmania Medical College. So doing a homeopathic research project, EMR, doing at the Osmania Medical College, it is a meaningless. So I requested Dr. Shankar Garu, other members to, ultimately they said yes, they have provided everything. For 3 years, we have successfully conducted this project. So this is the 100th issue. In that 100th issue, I take it proudly as I have written the 50th article of my life in this 100th issue. So great moments are there. What I am today, even this, along with the Jaisuri Homeopathic Medical College, Dr. Shankar Garu, others, and this association also, I owe, bend my head. I thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our unsung hero, a man who always strives to give his best, be it any juncture or be it any platform. For us, he's more than just being a mentor, but a life coach, standing at the pedestal, being able to see more talent and ability in us, which we have never seen for ourselves. With this, I would like to call upon, well, I don't think I have to name him anymore, but of course, Dr. Venugopal Gouri, sir, to speak about the future activities of ICRH.
My pranams to the president of our association, Dr. Gopal Krishna ji, our secretary Durgaprasad Rao ji, my advisor, mentor, guide, father figure. Pranams to Dr. Shankar sir, my inspiration, senior gentleman for many and contemporary to all, who stays in tune with the times of every generation, Dr. G.R. Mohan sir, my teacher and guide, Dr. Sampath Rao sir, indefatigable. You cannot defeat him. 98% is back to normal in 3 months from an attack of stroke. And my good friend, Dr. Durgaprasad Rao sir. And we are blessed to have our chief guest, Dr. Venugopal Chary Garu here. Pranams to all and all the respectful homeopaths here, youngsters, a lot of bright youngsters here. We see a lot of pride. I would like to assure our honorary advisor, Siv Shankar sir, that gone are the days, sir, where we had to wait for articles. We have some young dynamic friends here who have been able to see that there are so many articles that they are separately mailing us and saying, see that our article comes in the earliest issue of the journal. And we have to keep them waiting. And in fact, there are two views whether we have to go to a peer-reviewed journal or not, because of the fact that it robs our system of medicine of its color and fragrance. Because without having a different thought, different approach, going with a thematic approach, what other systems of medicine can give. If we follow the same thing in homeopathy, Hahnemann would have not been born at all. So I don't know. It's a popular discussion nowadays with our association. We'll take it step by step. And we also feel proud to be a part of this association because there are some inspiring gentlemen here. We have completed 50 years of Dr. C.L. Modi's charitable clinics. It's not a small thing at all by any means of thing. And this has happened because it has the blessings of Dr. N.M. Jayasurya, the founder of our association. He was the first charitable physician of this particular association. And every youngster who is sitting in that chair today, it is like Dr. N.M. Jayasurya's chair you are sitting and practicing. You have his blessings. And it is 50 years, but there is one young gentleman who has been there all through, almost for 37 years of his life in this particular place, only because he has to serve the society. He has to serve homeopathy. He has to live and fight for homeopathy. And that is our president, Dr. Gopal Krishna, sir. And if there is one gentleman who can read the Medicina Futura from cover to cover, again, it is our president, Dr. Gopal Krishna, sir, because he's the only person who can find mistakes. That means he's the only person who is reading it. Now, we are in a situation wherein after C.L. Modi's charitable clinic, COVID came as a challenge. And it was so unfortunate, whether it was the central government or the state government, they said, okay, Ayush people, you can take a break, have a good family time with a lockdown. But it was very painful for us. As a matter of fact, as homeopaths, as a matter of being doctors, it is our job, our duty to come out and face the brunt. Whether we live or not, that's a secondary thing. That is not what we are made for. The soldier doesn't think on the minus 30 degrees at Siachen, whether he'll die or not, whether he'll lose a limb or not. That's what his job is. But unfortunate that we were restrained. But thankfully, wisdom dawned very soon. And by the 3rd week of April, the government of India and later on our state government also said, You can also practice your medicine along with the mainstream medicine if somebody else is prescribing. That was a small breather, but by the 4th week of May, around the 24th or 25th, when the lockdown was partially lifted and the government said you can now go back to your clinics, the first thing that Homeopathic Medical Association of Telangana did very proudly was one and the only association in the country to stand up and say we are there, and we started a flu clinic. I thought you will clap. And naturally, those were the times there was a little scare, anxiety, whether, being 40 plus, 50 plus, what would happen. But then, because of inspiration of senior people like Shankar sir, and because of people who got trained under him, and thankfully one of them, some good youngsters came up and said, we will be there, we will go to the clinic. And I feel proud that one of the youngsters, Dr. Shreya, who put her hand up, I want her to stand up and just wave her hand to know where she is. And she was the one who saw clinics. And coming back to research, our chief guest said that is the only way forward for our association or for the system of medicine. Yes, sir, we totally agree. And Homeopathic Medical Association of Telangana with CL Modi's charitable clinics will be the first clinic in the country to have electronic health records. Here we cannot forget the fact that there are some good people like the digital media, and thankfully our friends Casixcom, there's a good company, and one Mr. Sean Kamalo, Chief Operating Officer of that company, has given his services pro bono, totally free of cost for all the digital things. But we need an interface, that is translate our language of homeopathy, whether it is German through rubrics or whatever, into what the social media wants to see. And that is where another youngster has come up, and Sai Shruti was there to see that these things happen. I thought you will wave your hand. And I just want to thank all the youngsters, apart from the blessings of gurus. They have come up with data. What is the point in having electronic health records? The big data is the need of the hour, whether if it's a garment company, whether it is a cell phone company, they want to know what you are doing all the time. So data is the need of the hour. And we have enough data at our Modi's specialty clinics, which we started in 2006, 16 years ago when Dr. Kishan Reddy inaugurated the clinics. So we have enough data. We want to convert that into proper papers, and thereby we have taken another youngster, Dr. Shanmukha Priya, who's not here this evening, and she will help us making into a proper record to see that it is presented well at any forum, any scientific forum. Having said that, there are so many youngsters who are waiting to join this association. And first time in 15 years, we see a promise, because along so many lines, people are ready to work for the association. And there are some brilliant youngsters like Dr. Goutham Rallabandi. I just request you to just stand up and wave your hand. Dr. Samta Jain, Dr. Annapurna, Dr. Swapna, Dr. Mehek, Dr. Alekhya, Dr. Shashank of Amara Homeo. He has more than 10,000 subscribers. Dr. Anvesh, Dr. Tejaswini. We have so many here. And this is the first time we know the future is in safe hands. And I promise you, sir, we will all make you proud.
Thank you, sir. I request our President and General Secretary to felicitate our Chief Guest, Dr. Samudrala Venugopala Chary Garu. I request our General Secretary, Durgaprasad sir, to come on to the dais.
Before starting felicitation, I acknowledge the presence of our guest speaker from Bhubaneswar, Dr. A.K. Mishra sir is in the audience and eagerly waiting for the lecture. Just within 15 minutes, we will start our lecture, sir.
I request our President and General Secretary to facilitate advisor and Editor-in-Chief Dr. Shankar Kunapareddy, sir. I request Dr. Venugopal Gauri, sir, and Dr. T. Murli, sir, to felicitate Dr. G.R. Mohan, sir, founder director of ICRH. I now request our Secretary, Dr. Durgaprasad sir, and our Treasurer, Dr. Venugopal Gauri sir, to felicitate our Medical Director, Dr. Gopal Krishna sir. I now request Dr. Shiv Shankar sir and Gopal Krishna sir to felicitate Dr. Sampath Rao sir. I request Dr. Shiv Shankar sir to felicitate Dr. Sampath Rao sir.
The next in line program is to play the AV depicting the CL Modi's charitable clinics journey. Therefore, I request all the dignitaries to please take the seat in the audience.
We acknowledge the presence of Dr. M.N. Raju, Senior Homeopath and Telangana State IIHP General Secretary. Dr. Mrs. Umarani, Associate Professor from Jim's College. Dr. T. Murli, Vice Principal, Dev's Homeopathic Medical College. Dr. V. Padma Priya, Senior Homeopath. Dr. M. Aruna from Hyderabad. Dr. M. Ramakrishna, Sir, ex-principal of Dev's Medical College. Dr. Sita Mahalakshmi, ma'am, ex-professor of Dev's Medical College. Dr. Srinivas Babu, Sir, Vice Principal of Hamsa Medical College. We'll be playing the AV soon. చెప్పాను. Now I request our President, Dr. Gopal Krishna, Sir, to inaugurate the AV that depicts 50 years of Dr. C.L. Modi's charitable clinic journey. Vinod. We acknowledge the presence of Dr. Janardhan Reddy, sir, and also we acknowledge the presence of Dr. Manoj Kuryakor, sir. It was Dr. N.M. Jayasurya, an allopathic physician in the trust with destiny, found the utility of sickle core in treating diabetic ulcer. And lo, a homeopath was born. We all are aware that he is the founder of our association. He used to conduct free clinics, and looking at his dedication, one of the eminent physician at the point of time, Dr. C.L. Modi came forward to extend his help to provide for a free clinic and made the first donation. The Nizam's Trust and several others were the other donors. The Dayal family gave us this piece of land that we are all here, where Dr. C.L. Modi's clinic has been functioning since the winter of since the winter of 1971. So we complete 50 years. In the service of mankind through homeopathy, we have enough inspiration in our history. And this clinic is a living legend of their commitment. Now, more about this journey. Thank you. Sorry. I request Dr. Annapurna Manta to present the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
A very good evening to one and all. Myself, Dr. Annapurna Mantha. I'll be giving a short vote of thanks without taking much time. So it's an honor to have been asked to offer a vote of thanks in this association at this point of time. I, on behalf of HMAT, would spread my most sincere thanks to the Almighty. I did not live in vain was written centuries before, but it holds true even today. My sincere gratitude to our master, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, without whose curiosity, perseverance, and efforts, probably we wouldn't have been doing this today over here. I extend a hearty gratitude to our president of HMAT, Dr. K. Gopala Krishna, sir, for creating this opportunity for all of us. I would like to express a hearty gratitude to the chief guest, Dr. Samudrala Venugopal Charu, sir. Who is a dynamic leader, a humanitarian doctor, and an epitome of service. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. I extend my warm thanks to the guest of honor, Dr. Jitendra Rao Tangula, sir, who is the president of All Journalists Forum. He's a ray of hope for all journalists and truly a role model. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Professor G.R. Mohan, sir, for his insights into research. Thank you, sir. One of the most enthusiastic homeopaths and the best teacher I have come across, whose wholehearted support has helped us promote homeopathy across the country. I would like to thank our President Emeritus and Convenor, Dr. Sampath Rao, sir. Thank you, sir. We are grateful to have such a renowned speaker with us today, Dr. A.K. Mishra, sir, who in no time accepted our invitation and came all the way to share his valuable experiences. Thank you, sir. I extend my warm thanks to our General Secretary, Dr. Durgaprasad Rao, sir, for his dedication, efforts, and divine support. Thank you, sir. Today, as we release the 100th issue of our Medicina Futura Homoeopathica journal, I take this opportunity to profusely thank our advisor, Editor-in-Chief, Dr. K. Shankar, sir. This would not have been possible without your zeal, support, and expert advice. You're truly an inspiration for all of us, sir. Thank you, sir. As we celebrate 50 years of service at our charitable clinics, I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Gopala Krishna, sir, our medical director of CL Modi Charitable Clinics. You have been instrumental in offering seamless homeopathic services to patients at our clinics. Thank you so much, sir. I thank all the specialty clinic doctors who have been instrumental in doing this. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to thank Dr. Madhu Varanasi, sir, Dr. Ravi Kiran Yadav, sir, Dr. K.S. Gupta, sir, from Star Homeopathy, Dr. Kiran from Kiran's Life Homeopathy, and Dr. Manoj, sir, who have trusted us and who have done their best in seeing the best of the association. My heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries on the stage for being a part of this function. I also take this opportunity to thank all the homeopathic colleagues, our pharmacies, and all the associations who have been showing interest and enthusiastically supporting our activities throughout. Finally, I wish to thank our entire governing council members and who have contributed to make this program a grand success. Last but not the least, would thank all the participants who are here online as well as offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now that we prayed to our Almighty, we have the benevolence right away as Dr. A.K. Mishra ji is going to share with us the immense wisdom of close to 40 years of experience with homeopathy. We have indeed a very special topic too, as the prevalence of the same has been increasing over the years for myriads of reasons, issues in geriatrics. For all this to happen, we have the good wishes of our sponsors, the family of Dr. N. Ramaya Garu, who has given us this opportunity to conduct a memorial oration every year in April. Now we request Dr. N.S. Raghuram sir to throw light on the life of Dr. N. Ramaya Garu and his contributions to our field of medicine.
Good evening, everyone. I take this opportunity in welcoming one and all to the celebration of 267th birth anniversary of Dr. Samuel Hahnemann. Commemorating the birth anniversary, we are happy that Dr. A.K. Mishra has considered an invitation to deliver Dr. N. Ramaya Memorial Oration on the subject, Scope of Homeopathy in the Prevention and Treatment of Geriatric Diseases. It gives me immense pleasure to note that Dr. N. Ramaya Memorial Oration is organized in the homeopathic holy month of April, which coincides with the birth month of our master. And I consider it to be my privilege to be sponsoring this oration, which in the initial few years was organized or sponsored by the late Dr. Ramchandra Garu. My grandfather, Dr. N. Ramaya Garu, was not only a classical clinician to the core, but also an academician who believed in the propagation of homeopathic system of medicine when the system was in infancy in India. Homeopathic colleges initially were far and few, and only a handful of them would get formalized college education. He, along with some of his colleagues, have started a brief study course of homeopathy for people who were willing to learn about the system. He also gave a number of programs on homeopathy in Doordarshan All India Radio, propagating the essence of homeopathy to the masses, particularly in Telangana, where the system was not in vogue. He was a classical homeopath who practiced system on the lines laid down by our master. He consulted and treated his patients not just with medicines, but with a humane touch. He was unassuming and self-effacing, for whom patients were not just patients, but part of his extended family. We used to consider him as an elderly family member. His role was not just limited to being a homeopathic doctor, but also a counselor to the family. He was very active in various fora, which were in the front of organizing homeopathic seminars and conferences. He chaired a number of scientific seminars and also presented a number of papers at national and international fora. He, under the auspices of the Indian Homeopathic Organization, conducted more than 250 monthly seminars. He also served as the advisor to the government of erstwhile Andhra Pradesh on homeopathic matters. He also served in various organizations, such as he was the President of Honor of Indian Homeopathic Organization, Deputy President Hamai South India, President Hamai AP State Branch, Chief Editor of the Journal of Indian Homeopathic Organization. He was also the panel of various public sector companies like Hindustan Aeronautical Limited, NMDC, and Indian Airlines. My grandfather's association with HMAT goes a long way back, when both of them, in their capacities as an individual and organizations, have worked to take the system to the masses education and provide the treatment. I once again welcome all to Dr. N. Ramaya Memorial Oration commemorating 267th birthday celebration of Dr. Samuel Hahnemann. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for throwing insight on Dr. N. Ramaya Garu. Now the time has come to begin with the scientific session, for which I would like to call upon Dr. Samta Gandhi ji to introduce our speaker for the day, Dr. A.K. Mishra ji.
Thank you, Meher. Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to introduce the speaker of today's evening, Dr. Akshay Kumar Mishra, sir. Dr. Akshay Kumar Mishra, sir, is a very enthusiastic teacher and a keen researcher with a magnificent clinical experience. Dr. Akshay Kumar Mishra, sir, is the former head of the PG Department of Pharmacy in Dr. Abhin Chandra Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. He is a principal investigator in a research project on benign enlargement of prostate, sponsored by the Central Council of Research in Homeopathy, New Delhi. He has conducted drug proving on a new drug, eosinophilium, sponsored by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Odisha. He is a free consultant in different charitable organizations. He is giving free consultation in his own clinic for the past many years. Currently, he is a visiting professor in the PG department of Dr. A.C. Homeopathic Medical College, Bhubaneswar. He has written many articles which have been published in journals. He has been a resource person in many orientation training programs conducted by the Central Council of Research in Homeopathy, Central Council of Homeopathy, Government of India. I, on behalf of the entire team of Homeopathic Medical Association of Telangana, welcome you, sir. The topic for today's scientific session is Scope of Homeopathy in Prevention and Treatment of Geriatric Problems. The gradual increase in the proportion of elderly individuals in the population over the age of 75 years and the increase in the varying type of diseases in the elderly persons including coronary artery disease, cerebrovascular disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, Alzheimer's, urinary tract infections, benign enlargement of prostate, chronic kidney diseases, has led us to choose geriatric over other topics. Homeopathy can not only address different common diseases of the elderly persons effectively, but also successfully prevent many important diseases like coronary artery diseases, chronic obstructive pulmonary disorders, dementia, chronic kidney disease, etc. to a greater extent. If the homeopaths of the world unite, we can make the aging years lively. Now I request Dr. Akshay Kumar Mishra, sir, to enlighten us with his vast clinical experience. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. A very good evening to all of you. I was enjoying the entire, this inaugural program, and I'm astonished that how could you manage such a big show, and particularly in a private basis. And I'm also fortunate to come across so many eminent persons, dedicated homeopathic persons here. And that's why I feel myself very fortunate, and thank you, and thanks to all the organizers. Now, let's come direct to the topic, that is the scope of homeopathy in the prevention and treatment of geriatric diseases. I think we should switch off the lights. Only few lights you can give, so that will be prominent. Yes. And not this row, you can give light in that way. This row light, let it be there. Now next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. And the demography of, coming to the demography of aging, you'll find that you'll find in the present. Is it not clear? Not clear. Is this all right? Now, as the healthcare facility is increasing, we'll find the population, in the population we'll find the proportion of elderly people is gradually increasing. And particularly in that is more happening in case in the developed countries. The persons more than 65 age in the developed countries, their proportion is gradually increasing and increasing. In also India, in developing countries like India also, we also find a steady increase in the population of the elderly people. And that is not only becoming a challenge to other sectors, but it is the most challenging to the healthcare sector. And we'll find that out of the many diseases, as you know that as the age advances, many people are going to suffer from different types of diseases. And out of many diseases, we'll find that, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the common geriatric health issues, will find that osteoarthritis and osteoporosis, cardiovascular diseases like coronary artery disease and hypertension and dyslipidemia, urinary system, CKD, BPH, incontinence, etc., cancer, and also respiratory diseases comprising of COPD, asthma, and bronchitis, psychological problems like dementia and Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's, and also we'll find strokes and eye disease and fall and injury. You know that in elderly cases, elderly people will find fall and injury are the most, morbidity and mortality, and the cause of most elderly people will find is the fall and injury. And you will find suddenly an old man will fall down in the bathroom and will break the neck of the head of the femur, and will find there is nothing can be done. Because as the age advances, no operation can be taken up, and the person is to lie throughout his life, maybe bedridden like that. That's why injury and fall, they are most important disease of the elderly people.
So next slide, please. Now you see that most people, elderly people will find that they either suffer from one disease or more than one disease. You'll find different types of diseases are there, which I have already discussed. Next slide, please. Now, general principle in geriatric practice. Geriatric case taking is not as easy as we take other cases, actually. Because here we have to take into consideration different aspects. Because many geriatric people, they are suffering from more than one disease. They have been using more than one drugs also. And also we'll find the presentation of diseases in case of the geriatric cases may be atypical. Like for example, an appendicitis. Excluding the typical symptoms, you don't find typical symptoms there. We'll find that just present atypical symptoms. Even myocardial infarctions also we'll find no typical picture will be there. So just we'll find just atypical presentation. We'll find just a confusion and blackouts and constipation or diarrhea in case of appendicitis. It's not common in case of appendicitis. The most typical acute abdominal symptoms just like vomiting and tenderness and no, the abdominal, hardening of the abdomen. This typical symptom of appendicitis will not be there in elderly people. It may not be there. That's why the role of the physician is increasing actually. So whenever we get any elderly people, any elderly patient, we should take into consideration, we should think that the presentation may not be typical. That's why a thorough case taking and a thorough examination is actually required to rule out maybe many serious diseases which actually may require immediate attention. Next slide, please. Now coming to scope of homeopathy in geriatric practice, you'll find that homeopathy has a wide range of medicines to meet all the challenges of the elderly people. In most of the cases, homeopathy can handle the situation independently. It is also the best supportive therapy to other system of medicine. In certain cases, you'll find as add-on therapy, homeopathy is also best. Like for example, suppose somebody is having some very serious cardiac problem, valvular disease like that, we'll find that homeopathy medicines are there, which can be used as add-on therapy, and you will feel the result within very few, very small, short span of period. You can appreciate the result. Even within 1 week, you can appreciate the result. I will discuss it later on. So homeopathy is privileged to have our potentized medicines, which are almost free from side effects, and is the best palliative medicine wherever required. No other system of medicine can match homeopathy. So far as the prevention is concerned, we'll find, please have confidence that we have got so many medicines that you can prevent so many geriatric problems. You can prevent so many geriatric problems. As you know that CAD, coronary artery disease, is the most killer disease. It is the second killer disease nowadays throughout the world. And CAD, I can give you assurance that CAD can be definitely controlled, definitely prevented by use of homeopathic medicine. Next slide, please. And now I'm coming fast to eye disorder, eye disease in elderly people. I think you can give this light to light. That is it. It's all right. Okay. Now I'm discussing about first eye disease. Why I'm discussing eye disease? Because we find that many of us, many physicians, I'm not naming you, but many of us do not believe that homeopathy can cure very typical eye diseases. Many of us, suppose take for example myopia. How many of us believe that myopia can be taken care of by taking homeopathy medicines? But we have, and you see that you'll find that in elderly people, if you come to the eye disease, which eye you will find age-related macular degeneration. Age-related, three or four important diseases I am discussing now. One is age-related macular degeneration, glaucoma, cataract, diabetic retinopathy, all these things. And you'll find that, so coming to the age-related macular degeneration, you'll find the presenting symptoms are blurring of vision, images distorted, and central scotoma. Difficulty in reading. Glaucoma, the symptoms are visual field loss, blurring of vision, glaucomation, optic nerve damage, most common cause of blindness in America. And I can assure you that this can be totally prevented, almost prevented by using homeopathic medicines. And cataract also. Blurring of vision, glare, monocular diplopia, most common cause of blindness worldwide. And diabetic retinopathy. As you know that diabetic retinopathy is the leading cause of new blindness among the middle-aged American people. You know that diabetic retinopathy can be of two types. One is non-proliferative, the other is proliferative. And in non-proliferative cases, you will find it's characterized by abnormalities of the retinal circulation, including microaneurysm, intraretinal hemorrhage, cotton wool vision, retinal edema, etc. As you know that cotton wool vision, you will find that on fundoscopy, we will find that over the retina, we will find fluffy white matter is deposited. That is called cotton wool changes are there. And this may in future will lead to blindness. And in case of proliferative diabetes retinopathy, you will find that causes newly formed blood vessels from the optic disc, recurrent vitreous hemorrhage, traction retinal detachment, etc. Now, one may actually be asked that whether these things can be controlled by taking homeopathy. Yes, these things can be controlled by taking homeopathy. And I have got a lot of experiences. So you can see that particularly retinal hemorrhage, vitreous hemorrhage you will find everything. And we will find that the cure rate in homeopathy is much better than in allopathy system. And in many cases, you will find in allopathy system medicine, there is no medicine. I'll give you only one example. In one elderly case, actually, one wife of one retired IAS officer. The eye was operated, the cataract was operated. And after operation of the cataract, actually, the lady became blind. She was blind, she was not able to visualize on that right eye. And after operation, she also was not able to visualize anything. And the eye doctor told that there are fibrinous deposits and in the retina and above the retina also. That's why this cataract operation became a failure. So you could have told it earlier. Why you have not told it earlier? And what I have done, I have given what? Naphthalene. I have given naphthalene 30. And I have given naphthalene 30 I have given that patient. And after only 1.5 months, she was able to actually recognize the fingers. And after about 3 months, she was able to read the wall clock, right? And she was able to do all these things again. And you will be astonished that homeopathy medicines can do wonder. In particularly, I am discussing about the eye disease. Now, I shall not discuss all these things because there will be a time-taking process. I will give you, I shall discuss here only a few drugs, which are very effective in case of to deal all the diseases of the eye. The first drug is gelsemium. All of us know that you know that the first drug of choice. Next slide. Okay. The first drug of choice in sudden blindness is gelsemium. No other drug in homeopathy matches gelsemium so far as the sudden blindness is concerned. The first drug of choice is in sudden blindness is gelsemium. Acts upon the nervous system, causing various degrees of motor paralysis. Paralysis of various groups of muscles about the eyes. Ptosis, double vision, blurring and discomfort in the eyes. You know, for ptosis you will find allopathy has got very little medicine. And in homeopathy, we have got very good medicines such like gelsemium, phosphorus, and also causticum, zincum met, sepia, morphinum, calmia, like that. And I have dealt a lot of cases of ptosis cases, and the result is almost miraculous, you'll find. And gelsemium is that type of drug. And vision is smoky, dim-sighted, pupils dilated, deep inflammation with haziness and vitreous, haziness of the vitreous, detached retina, and glaucoma. For glaucoma, two medicines are very important. One is gelsemium, the other is osmium. Osmium met. I will discuss it osmium met later on. Okay. So gelsemium is very dependable drug. So far as eye is concerned, it's the most dependable drug. Next drug is naphthalene. Naphthalene is marked. Okay. It's marked affinity for the eyes, detachment of the retina, papilloretinal inflammation, deposits in patches upon the retina, amyopia and consequent blindness, soft cataract, exudation in the retina, choroid and ciliary body, cataract, opacity of the cornea. Please remember naphthalene. As you know that naphthalene is very frequently used for allergic rhinitis. for chronic, nasal cataract like that. You might be using naphthalene in that case. But naphthalene, to me actually, naphthalene is a boon in case of eye disease. In different type of eye diseases, I use naphthalene. Particularly remember naphthalene, wherever you find there are deposits over the retina, deposits of the choroid, deposits on the choroid, you will find these deposits can be observed by naphthalene. That's why it is indicated in case of soft cataract, as well as it is also indicated in case of cataract. If you want to prevent actually cataract, or even after operation also, if you find the person is not able to, there is difficulty in reading, etc., you can give naphthalene. As you know that physostigma is a medicine in case of myopia and in case of asthenopia, in case of difficulty of the eyes, in case of discomfort of the eyes of the younger generation. Suppose the people are working from home, there is a much strain on the eyes. In those cases when the people are, the younger generation is feeling discomfort in the eyes, you can use physostigma. But for elderly people, you will find naphthalene is the first drug of choice. And naphthalene is the drug of choice. Please remember that in any case of when you find fibrinous deposits, patchy deposits in the retina and in the choroid, etc., you just give naphthalene. So please remember naphthalene. So in that respect. So it's also indicated in case of exudation in the retina. Remember this word: exudation in the retina and choroid and ciliary body. You will see if the retinal hemorrhage is concerned, we have got other drugs, just like phosphorus, lacacy. But if the exudation is concerned, deposits are concerned, then naphthalene is the first drug of choice. And then coming to carbosulf. Carbosulf is also very important drug. Carbosulf, iodoform, these are very important drugs for eye disease and most dependable drugs. Most of us are using carbosulf as a medicine for what? Medicine for what? Right side sciatica. You know, for right side sciatica, where there is numbness is there, carbosulf is the one of the drug. You know, naphthalene is also what? Right side sciatica with numbness. And also, you know what? That is what called lacanum, sciatica with numbness, but there is changing. It may be left side, it may be right side, with a strong desire for salt. You know, natrium is a strong desire for salt, and you'll find lacanum is like that. Lacanum is very strong desire for what? Salt. And lacanum is always, you know, that shifting is the most important characteristic of lacanum. And lacanum is also a very useful drug in case of what? Sciatica with numbness, changing. And naphthalene is particularly right side. Causticum is left side. Sciatica with numbness of the left side is the first drug is causticum. Sciatica with numbness of the left side, causticum is the first drug of choice. Xanthozylum is the second drug of choice in case of sciatica of the left side, which but this numbness is there. But remember carbosulf, you must have been using carbosulf also in case of what? In case of sciatica of the right side. But remember that carbosulf is most important in case of eye disease. And carbosulf has got also another important is a preventive. It restrains the growth of cancer. While discussing about cancer, I will come to that. But please remember that carbosulf is a medicine to restrain the growth of cancer. Bufo is a medicine to restrain the growth of cancer in case of breast. Carbosulf is a medicine to restrain the growth of cancer as general. So remember that that carbosulf. But carbosulf is a very important drug in so far as eye disease is concerned, and particularly of the elderly people. For central scotoma, you'll be astonished that for central scotoma where the central vision is lost, actually, carbosulf is the first drug of choice. Carbosulf is the first drug of choice. Second drug is iodoform. For central scotoma, where this central vision is lost, we'll find second drug choice is iodoform. But carbosulf is the first drug of choice. I have cured my cases by giving carbosulf for central scotoma. So, and carbosulf is also a drug for myopia. You know that for myopia, few drugs are there, just like physostigma, calcarea carb, and phosphorus, lilium tick, gelsemium, ruta, and javorandi, or pilocarpus. Wherever you find or perspiration is more, sweating is more in case of children, you can give pilocarpus so far as in case of myopia. Lilium tick actually increases the tonicity of the muscles of the eye. And that's why lilium tick in many cases you will find the power of the glasses will never increase after using lilium tick. And physostigma also is that important. It can be given so that you will find the myopic glasses will never increase it. So, and also you remember this carbosol, we'll find optic neuritis advancing towards atrophy. Arteries and venous congested, retinal congestion, optic disc pale, everything seems in a fog, vision greatly impaired, color blindness. Optic atrophy, for optic atrophy, carbosol is a drug of choice, iodoform is a drug of choice, phosphorus is a drug of choice, also argentum nitricum and agaricus. But most important drugs for optic nerve atrophy is first drug is phosphorus, second is carbosol, and third is iodoform. And coming to osmium mate, I have told you that osmium mate is one of the most important medicine in case of glaucoma. Maybe in the first drug of choice in case of glaucoma is osmium mate. Most people use osmium mate, in case of dry skin disease, particularly of the scalp. When you find dry skin disease of the scalp, itching, dry, and small eruptions are there, you can think of what osmium mate. We'll find, but osmium mate's the most important drug so far as what glaucoma is concerned. So violent supra and infraorbital neuralgia, dim-sighted, pain and lacrimation, photophobia, and osmium mate is also used in told that respiratory allergy with sneezing and coughing. Now coming to phosphorus. Phosphorus actually covers almost all the important eye diseases, particularly of the elderly people. Because in case of retinal hemorrhage, I have cured a lot of cases by giving only phosphorus and lachesis. These two drugs are very important in case of different types of retinal hemorrhages. They absorb the hemorrhage, they stop the hemorrhage. And so most important constitutional remedy for various eye diseases. And you will find for floaters, floaters, floaters. It is the old nomenclature was voliantis, mosqui voliantitis. And but the commonly used the term is what floaters. Actually, for floaters in allopathy system, we'll find there's very little medicines are there. But for floaters, we have got in homeopathy good number of medicines, and out of which you will find phosphorus is one of the most important drug in case of floater, particularly black floater. Agaricus and atropine, cyclamen is also very important degree. And for yellow, you will find yellow floater. You will find aloe is also one of the important medicine. But please remember phosphorus for floaters. And phosphorus is also indicated in case of glaucoma and easy fatigue feeling in the eyes. So actually, to remember phosphorus, the constitution of phosphorus is a tall person, is a chilly person, and likes salty and likes what? Ice cream, cold drinks, etc. and aversion towards what? Sweet, etc. And always amicable person is there. But apart from these character features of phosphorus, we'll find phosphorus has got its the pharmacological action. The pharmacological action is actually it inflames and degenerates the mucous membrane, spinal nerve, and bones. Wherever phosphorus is indicated, phosphorus is the most dependable drug, and it actually starting from the mucous membrane to the periosteum to the bone to this nervous system. Phosphorus is always dependable drug. Even in case of lung cancer, phosphorus is the first drug of choice in the lung cancer. Now coming to physostigma, although physostigma we have discussed is mostly useful in case of myopia, in case of younger people, but physostigma is also indicated in case of geriatric cases. Contraction of the pupil and ciliary muscles, first drug of choice in myopia and asthenopia, photophobia, night blindness, floaters, glaucoma, and partial blindness, increasing myopia. And you know that I have told lilium tick is most useful in restoring power to the weakened ciliary muscles in case of myopia of the children. And you have to believe it and apply it and see the result. Okay. Next is conium. Yes, conium is also useful in case of floaters, and colium is useful in case of severe excessive lacrimation. Excessive lacrimation is a very important, very teasing type of the patient becomes very disturbed psychologically also. And for that, we will find that conium is a drug of choice. Another rare drug is cochleary. Cochleary is also a drug of choice in case of copious running from the eyes, cochleary. And conium also is indicated in case of cataract, corneal inflammation with pustules. And paralysis of ocular muscles, black floaters, dim vision, blurring of vision, diplopia, etc. Now coming to cannabis sativa. Next. Cannabis sativa actually indicated on the basis of its what? It's what? Syphilitic. It is syphilitic. Agree. So wherever syphilitic affection of the eye is concerned, anywhere, it may be what? It may be in the concern to the what? Urethra. There is pus in the urethra. There is pain in the urethra. You will find even in case of a benign hypertrophy of the prostate, wherever you find there is a pain, burning pain in the urethra, think of cannabis sativa first. Cannabis sativa is the first drug of choice because it is always what? It is always syphilitic ground based on the syphilitic mechanism. And cannabis sativa is also indicated in terms of corneal opacity, cataract in alcoholics and tobacco smokers, gonorrheal ophthalmia leading towards blindness, and corneal ulceration. Now, another drug, cannabis sativa, also remember another very peculiar use of cannabis sativa. When you will find there is contraction of the fingers due to injury. When you find contraction of the finger due to injury, think of cannabis sativa. Cannabis sativa, one of the rare use of cannabis sativa is whenever you find contraction of the fingers due to injury, think of cannabis sativa. Now coming to thiocyanamide. You see, thiocyanamide is to many old physicians, thiocyanamide retards the aging because it absorbs the what? Scar tissues. It retards actually the formation of scar tissues. That's why thiocyanamide is very useful in case of what? In case of elderly people. And many physicians, elder physicians, they actually believe that thiocyanamide can actually retard the aging process. It's also useful in case of cataract, dissolve the scar tissue for retarding old age, can dissolve tumors, enlarge glands, strictures, adhesions like that. Thiocyanamide is mostly useful mostly used in lower potency like 2x, 3x, 6x titration like that. Thiocyanamide. Next. Now, these are the few drugs I have discussed, but these few drugs are very important to take care of different types of diseases of the elderly people. So far as the eye diseases are concerned, very serious eye diseases of the elderly people. Now, coming to Alzheimer's disease, we'll find that these days Alzheimer's disease is the rate is increasing. Alzheimer's disease, dementia, these things are actually nowadays increasing. And Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and other memory disorders are common in elderly people. Alzheimer's is characterized by memory loss, behavior disorder, performance impairment, and thought slowness. Cognitive and neural dysfunction occur due to accumulation of oxidative damages to nucleic acid, protein, and mitochondria in the brain. Probiotics have been reported for their efficacy to enhance memory. Probiotics are used as antidepressant in Alzheimer's disease. Now think about it, why do we use probiotics and even antioxidants in case of what? Alzheimer's disease, or to prevent the damage, further damage of the nerve tissue. Actually, what happens is that during the usual process of metabolism, you will find that oxygen is used, and you will find a lot of free radicals are being formed. And free radicals can be actually, engulfed by what? By taking a lot of what? Antioxidants. If you use a lot of antioxidants, and particularly find that any type of natural food, suppose any salads, any fruits, sprouts, etc., all the natural food, they are very rich in antioxidants. And if you take antioxidants, you will find the free radicals can be they can be scavenged. And that's why we'll find mostly many systems will be healthier, but we'll find the nervous system will be much protected. And you know that probiotics, the probiotics helps for the preservance of our natural the natural organisms, they are present in particularly in the gut. We'll find is gut, and whenever you take this allopathic system of medicines like antibiotics, etc., we'll find our natural gut, small organisms, they are destroyed. That's why you will find that if you take probiotics, you will find that, and particularly the most commonest probiotic is used in South India, that is yogurt. You know yogurt? Yogurt is the most important probiotic. And all the fermented food, not only yogurt, you will find all the fermented food are very important for actually to they act as probiotics, and you'll find the natural, the biotic flora, the gut flora will be actually preserved actually. And you know that you know that the gut brain, which is the second brain of the body, what is known as which is called the second brain of the body. Gut is known as the second brain of the body because the gut wall contains more than 100 million nerve cells, and actually nerve cells, 100 million nerve cells are there in the lining, starting from the esophagus to the rectum. 100 million nerve cells are there. They directly contact with the brain, and we'll find, and also these different changes are the different directions are being transmitted through chemical pathway, and that's why we'll find it is important to maintain the the gut flora, the natural way of the gut, and that's why probiotics are very important, and probiotics are nowadays proved. Many research articles you can see that they prove that probiotics improve the Alzheimer's disease. They are very important in case of Alzheimer's disease. We'll find homeopathic medicine, and we'll find many herbs have been studied to have a role in the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. And homeopathic medicines prepared from many such herbs are useful in the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. To name few, yes, Withania somnifera. Withania somnifera or ashwagandha, usually people, the physicians use it as a tonic in case of male. It is also a tonic in case of male and in case of female. And it has got the effect on calming effect on stress and memory loss. Memory enhancing activity and cognition improving properties of this drug increase due to its ability to increase acetylcholine level in the brain. Now, curcuma longa, you know, the most advertised is curcuma longa, very commonly found, very commonly used as a condiment in the household, and you'll find curcuma longa. Curcumin reduces the plaque deposits in the brain. Turmeric decreases oxidative stress and amyloid pathology. And hypercholesteremia, hyperlipidemia, increased amyloid plaques, and curcuma might have therapeutic effect on Alzheimer's disease. So you can use curcuma longa. And now ginkgo biloba. Ginkgo biloba is used by most homeopathic physicians as a tonic in case of elder people, but it is also indicated as a brain tonic as in case of also Alzheimer's disease. Now, Tinospora cordifolia. You know, Tinospora cordifolia, actually it has got power to, it acts as an immunomodulant. And you'll find in any case where you find the children or the younger people, they are having a recurrent fever. Recurrent fever, you will give Tinospora mother tincture. Once you start giving the Tinospora mother tincture, within 7 days you will find that the child will never suffer from fever. You will never suffer from fever. You will find you will get a lot of cases, in cases, particularly pediatric cases, who are frequently suffering from fever. One course of antibiotics is over, and the child will be even free from infection for only 3-4 days. Next course of the next infection will start. In those cases, Tinospora cordifolia is a first drug of choice, and you can give it. And also, Tinospora cordifolia is a neuroprotective and is effective in case of cognitive function in patients with AD. Now, coming to Crocus sativa. Crocus sativa, you know, is mostly useful in case of some bleeding disorders and in case of respiratory disease. But Crocus sativa is nowadays, you can read the research, latest research articles, you will see that saffron appears to own neuroprotective effects on cognitive impairment. And you know that this also one important Crocus sativa, important mental picture is thinks and laughs in any disease. It is Crocus sativa. And other drugs are Glycyrrhiza glabra, Embolica officinalis, Centella asiatica, or Hydrocortisone asiatica, Bacopa monnieri, etc. Other constitutional drugs for Alzheimer's are Lycopodium, Conium, Alumina, Arsenical, Phosphorus, Beritacarb, Calibrum, Argentum nit, Caroves, Anacardium, Agnus cast, etc. Now, broadly, if you go through the actually pathological changes, that is the cause of actually what Alzheimer's disease, you'll find that broadly degeneration of the brain tissue is the pathology behind this Alzheimer's disease. That's why we have got in homeopathy a lot of particularly medicines, homeopathic medicines, which act directly on the degeneration of the brain tissue. Out of them, Aurum-met, Beritacarb, Argentum nitricum, Agaricus, Lachesis, Acid picricum, Vanadium, Ginkgo-met, Lycopodium, Phosphorus, Nux moscata, Nux vomica, etc. About some of the drugs I will discuss while discussing about the cardiac disease, just like Beritacarb, vanadium, etc. We'll discuss it later on. Now, okay. Now come to stroke. All of us know that stroke is the most devastating disorder to affect the elderly patients. And you'll find this is the leading cause of long-term adult disability. Two types of strokes are common. One is ischemic and another is hemorrhage. Two types of strokes are there. One is ischemic, the other is hemorrhage. As you know that the ischemic stroke is caused by a blood clot that blocks or plugs a blood vessel in the brain. About 80% of strokes are ischemic. Now you know that this ischemic stroke is mostly not due to directly high rise in the blood pressure, but is usually due to what? Some cardiological disorder. And the basic disease is what? Coronary artery disease. And if you come to the more root, you will find that dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemia and then coronary artery disease, and there will be what? Formation of what? This hemorrhage, there will be hemorrhages, there will be formation of what? There will be clots will form, and clots will go to the brain and they block. And you will find that there will be what? Cerebrovascular accident, CVA. And that's why you will find that ischemic stroke is the most important stroke and mostly found, and it is cause of 80%. And the approach is different to ischemic stroke and to what? To the hemorrhagic stroke. In hemorrhagic stroke, you know that directly there occurs capillary hemorrhage, and you'll find that leads to formation of a clot, and that leads to what? A particularly hemiplegia like that. But for strokes, you will find in homeopathy, we have got excellent medicines. And now risk factors, you know, the high blood pressure, overweight, diabetes, etc. And also heart diseases, particularly fibrillation. If there occurs atrial fibrillation, wherever there is fibrillation, clots will be formed. Fibrillation leads to easy formation of clots, and that is also one of the important factor of ischemic what? This stroke. And smoking, alcohol, and high sodium in the diet, and family history, age, etc. Also obesity and high cholesterol, lack of exercise. Coming to the sodium intake, please remember one thing that nowadays the sodium chloride you are taking as common salt, that contains their iodized salt. You know that, all of us know that in the name of iodized salt, because scientists tell, doctors tell that iodized salt is very good for brain development. No, not at all. Please remember. Iodine has got requirement, but this requirement is very what? It is very what? It should be appropriate. Slight increase in the iodine will cause most damage. Please remember that 30 years back, when people were not taking the iodized salt, almost nobody was suffering from hypothyroidism. Please remember, doctor, very senior physicians are there. Please remember that 25 to 30 years back, when we are not using iodized salt, we are using the raw salt, etc. No iodized salt, and hypothyroidism was almost nil. And nowadays you find every kith and kin of you see there will be what? Hypothyroidism, thyroid disorder, even hypothyroidism also. Why that occurs actually? Because you are taking iodized salt. Please remember that. Whenever you are getting hypothyroid cases, you please advise the patient that avoid strictly the iodized salt. Bring the salt, fry it in the frying pan for about 2 minutes. Let the iodine be evaporated. In this area, just like our Hyderabad area, will find iodine is there in water and air also. Iodine is there in water and air. You need no extra iodine. Why should we again take extra iodine? And iodine is the cause, most important cause of thyroid disease, and also will find osteoarthritis. Few years back, sir, please remember, 20 years back, how many knee replacement you have seen? Have you had knee replacement 25 years back? Have you had? Not very rarely, very rarely. Knee replacement, and now knee replacement is very common factor. Why? Just because we are taking this iodized salt, just because you are using refined oil. You try to avoid these two things, you will find that this knee replacement will decrease just like in the previous years. So remember about this. Now coming to directly stroke, how to deal stroke. So immediate care in the first few hours. Give arnica, natrum salt, and pituitary. In all cases of stroke, I give arnica, natrum salt, and pituitary. Pituitary absorbs, please read. Pituitary absorbs the hemorrhages in the brain. Pituitary has the power to absorb the hemorrhages in the, it stops the hemorrhage and absorbs the clots from the brain. Please read that. So usually I fast 3 drugs, I give 3 drugs at a time. Arnica, natrum sulf and pituitary. Arnica 1 m, natrum sulf 1 m and pituitary 200, 3 times daily. Because in most cases we'll find the clot will be, the bleeding will be stopped and the clot will be absorbed. And if excess fear is noticed, if the person is, usually that happens, if excess fear is noticed, you think of giving aconite. Aconite will be the first drug of choice. And you find, and aconite has also the capacity to control the capillary hemorrhage. So that is also the first drug of choice. And if in an overweight patient, just like calcareous patient, give belladonna. As you know that belladonna is the acute of calcareous. In any case you find, and this case also you find, and belladonna also has the capacity to stop the hemorrhage. So give belladonna in those overweight cases. So next you will find, next few days again continue arnica, natrum sulf and pituitary. Arnica, natrum sulf and then pituitary. And next slide, please. And afterwards you will find that usually we deal this hemiplegia, the symptom following the stroke is hemiplegia. Usually hemiplegia we find, and usually we select the drug depending on the side. Left side drugs, maybe arnica like that, I agree. And left side we give arnica, ambra lachesis, belladonna, cocculus, cupromars, xanthozylum, veratrum viridi, physostigma like that. And right side we give belladonna, causticum, chenopodium, curare, elapscor, iridium like that. Side we select then side to which medicine to be selected. But later on, think of giving strontium carb. Treatment long after you have to give strontium carb. Why strontium carb? You might be remembering that strontium carb is indicated in case of post-surgery. In case of post-surgery, when there occurs oozing of the blood, strontium carb has got the capacity to stop that continuous oozing of blood. So in certain cases of this stroke, in certain cases of hemiplegia cases, you may require strontium carb, because strontium carb will further stop the bleeding. And you know that strontium, please remember that strontium carb is a medicine for the bad effect of long-term injury. Post injury, if the injury is the past injury, if there is a history of past injury, in the long past injury, that effect can be counteracted by strontium carb. The first drug of choice. It may be, suppose it may be backache. It may be even knee pain. Suppose there is a history that there was a fall, and maybe 5 years or 2 years there was a strong fall, and there was a strong blow to the knee, and now the person is developing osteoarthritis. Give strontium carb. Strontium carb is a first drug of choice in case of past history of very strong injury. And strontium carb also is indicated in case of brain injury. Although you know that natrum sulf, hypericum, arnica, cicuta, these are the different drugs indicated in case of past history of injury to the brain. Cicuta, in which case we give cicuta? If following the injury to the brain, there is epilepsy, there is convulsion, then cicuta is the first drug of choice. In case of children also we'll find, in some infants we'll find if the birth is by applying forceps delivery. If forceps delivery is there and subsequently you find that convulsion is there, epilepsy is there, the first drug of choice is cicuta. Cicuta is the first drug of choice. And but we'll find that for ordinary injury, for general injury also, conium and strontium carb are the 2 drugs. They are indicated in case of where there is a long past history of strong injury. So strontium carb is that, and also remember strontium carb in any case where there is oozing is continued after injury. It may be surgical injury, it may be any injury also. If the oozing is continued, oozing of blood is continued, please remember strontium carb. So now if there is impaired speech, next please, impaired speech, then 2 drugs are very important. One is chenopodium, the other one is bothrops. although Chenopodium, Bothrops, Baraitacar, Crotalus, Causticum, Lorocerassus, Noxomica, these are all important so far as aphasia is concerned. So following what? Following hemiplegia, following cerebral stroke, we'll find that Chenopodium and Bothrums are very important drugs so far as the impaired speech is concerned. Aphasia is concerned following stroke. And then coming to treatment of long past strontium carb is required, Baraitacarb, Carbosulf, Cicuta, hydrocyanic acid also. Hydrocyanic acid is also required. Now, ischemic, particularly in case of ischemic stroke, arnica, strontium carb, cactus G, lachesis, naja, adrenaline, etc. You know that adrenaline and cactus, but particularly cactus, in case of all cardiac diseases where you suspect that there is what? Hemorrhage is there, cactus is the first drug. So we'll discuss it while discussing the cardiac disease. Okay. Now in post-stroke hemiplegia, important medicines are alumina, Baraitacarb, Causticum, Coculus, Crotalus. Next please, next slide. Post-stroke hemiplegia, and Cupromate, Gelsemium, Phosphorus, Plumbum-Met, Strontium carb, Veratum viridi, and Vipera. Now next come to cardiovascular disease in case of elderly people. Cardiovascular diseases in case of elderly people. Because I want to cover a little more diseases of what elderly people, geriatric persons. That's why I'm becoming a little faster, and the time is actually limited. Now coming to cardiovascular diseases, we'll see that elderly persons are more prone to cardiovascular disease. The morbidity and mortality rate is much higher. Most common diseases are hypertension, coronary artery disease, arrhythmias, especially atrial fibrillation, arteriosclerosis, dyslipidemia, valvular heart disease. Homeopathy has got good number of effective medicines to prevent and treat most of the cardiovascular diseases. You may be astonished that you may not believe that actually the persons who are not treated cases, they may not believe that homeopathy is so much useful in case of what? The cardiovascular disease. Particularly we will find in case of congenital heart disease, in case of valvular heart disease, we will find homeopathy is the best medicine. May the person require operation in the subsequent dates, but you will find homeopathy is the first drug of choice. I will give you just one example. You know that in case of all congenital heart disease, you will find what? Growth will be retarded. Small child, there is no growth. The child is always what? Crying. Always what? Rattling is there. She or he is what? Suffering from what? Dyspnea. And you will find cyanosis is there. Maybe clubbing is there. And all general growth will be stopped. And just give. And if you examine, you will find that congenital heart, maybe mitral stenosis is there, or maybe what? VSD is there, ASD is there. For everything, only 3 medicines you give. Crataegus mother tincture, Adonisvar mother tincture, and Lorocerassus 30. Just give 3 medicines, you will find within 7 days, the child will not cry. The rattling chest, the chest congestion will be cleared. And within 15 days, no more sciences. And within 1 month, the child can play and playful and do her own. Not only in case of children, in case of elderly people also, where there is due to valvular disease, valvular heart disease, the person is what? Dyspneic, not able to perform his duties, due to perform his own day-to-day activities. You can give 3 drugs fast. Crataegus mother tincture, Adonisvar mother tincture, and Lorocerassus 30. And you appreciate the result within 7 days, not more than that. Even if the person is taking some allopathy medicines, doesn't matter, he may take. But without allopathy medicines also, we can handle the case independently by giving homeopathy medicines. And homeopathy medicines are so effective. You can see the effect in particularly cardiac disease, I tell you, you can see appreciate the effect within only 7 days. And coming to the preventable cardiac disease, so far as dyslipidemia is concerned, hyperlipidemia is concerned, atherosclerosis is concerned, number of medicines we have got in homeopathy. And this can be effectively controlled by taking homeopathic medicines. And you can prevent, in many cases, you can prevent CAD, coronary artery disease, and subsequent catastrophes, you can easily prevent it. Now, next. So now I shall discuss, not disease-wise I shall discuss, but I shall discuss a few drugs. Only 15 to 20 drugs I shall discuss today, which have got actually action over multiple cardiac defects. You know that particularly in all cardiac diseases, in all valvular heart diseases, in allopathy system, what are the medicines? 3 medicines are there. Number one what? Anticoagulant, you know that? Anticoagulant. Then another is what? Anti-hyperlipidemic drug. The third one is a what? Anti-arrhythmic drug. Usually 3 drugs are given. 3 drugs are given. Maybe anti-arrhythmic drugs, just like digitals or even new drugs will be there. 3 drugs are given usually. And another drug is given, that is what? Is it a diuretic? Is not it? You know that? In all cardiac, valvular cardiac disease, you will find 4 drugs are usually given. One is an anticoagulant, maybe aspirin, ecosprin group like that. And the other one is anti-cholesterol group drug. The third one is an what? Diuretic. And the fourth one, maybe what? Anti-arrhythmic drug may be required. Usually 4 drugs are there. But we will find in homeopathy, there are very good medicines which are at the same time. They are anti-arrhythmic, they are what? Anti-angina drug, they are diuretic, and they are also what? Dyslipidemic. They can also control the lipidemia. So I shall discuss only few drugs just to establish in you. I with beg to apology to all the seniors sitting here. To establish you, to form a frame in you a strong belief that we can treat cardiological diseases much better than allopathic disease, bearing what? Upper surgical interference. Where surgical interference is there, it's all right. Even cardiac failure also, congestive cardiac failure also, homeopathy is the most important drug and most dependable drug. So now, what are the important drugs, most common drugs which are useful so far to deal with different types of cardiac disease? First drug is Adonis-Var. Adonis-Var. And you'll find that Adonis-Var, you remember only 3 to 4 points. Rheumatic background. It acts as diuretic, anti-arrhythmic. It's a cardiac tonic and also indicated in valvular heart disease. I'm a bit rapid now, please, to bear with me, because you have got a lot of things to discuss here. So we'll find in Adonis-Var, please remember Adonis-Var in 3 points. One is it's there is a history of rheumatic, there may be a history of rheumatic, it's diuretic, anti-arrhythmic, and cardiac tonic, and mostly indicated in case of valvular heart disease. We'll find that Adonis-Var and Crataegus. Crataegus is indicated in case of there is what? There is also there is also past history of rheumatism in case of Crataegus is there. And we'll find that Crataegus is also indicated in case of what? In case of what? It is also a very important cardiac tonic. And we'll find particularly in case of where there occurs what? You know, there is a condition is known as that is called extrasystole, you know. A condition is extrasystole or ectopic beats, you know, ectopic beats, extrasystole or missing beat, you know that. So in case of missing beat, in case of extrasystole, Crataegus is the first drug of choice. You give Crataegus, you will find the missing beat will be controlled within a few days. But Crataegus actually, if you compare valvular heart disease, Adonis is more indicated in comparison to Crataegus. Crataegus is less indicated in case of valvular heart disease, but Adonis is more indicated. But Crataegus is more indicated so far as atherosclerosis is concerned. If you find atherosclerosis is there, background UV, you can give what? Crataegus. But what? Adonis is more indicated when it acts, because it acts as an what? As a diuretic. So Adonis is more indicated where cardiac failure is there, where edema is there, in the dependent parts. So remember this Adonis-Var. And next to arsenic iode. I do not know how frequently you are using arsenic iode. Do you use it very frequently, youngsters? Do you use arsenic iode very frequently? Yes. In which case you are using arsenic iode? Very good, very good. But arsenic iode is in fact a strong anti-tubercular drug. It's a strong anti-tubercular drug. Two most common important medicines which I have used in case of the past COVID is one is Kali iode, the second is arsenic iode. Even in post-COVID cases, many complications of post-COVID complications and long COVID complications, the first drug of choice in my case was Kali iode. Usually I use it in the 50 milligram scale. And second is arsenic iode, third is Stanomet, fourth is Natramars, fifth is Viratrum verity like that. But Kali iode and this arsenic iode, they are strongly anti-tubercular drugs. And wherever in glandular inflammation there, we'll find arsenic iode is indicated. And remember arsenic iode, For glandular involvement, you will find many drugs are there. Tuberculum is also a drug, cystoscan is also a drug, carbapenems is a drug, scrofularian roadside is also a drug. Is not it? They're all indicated in case of what? What? Glandular involvement, lymphangitis, lymphadenopathy like that. But you will find arsenic iode is more indicated when you will find internally, if there you will find that lymph nodes are enlarged, the arsenic iode is more indicated. Suppose due to cancer, stomach, you will find the para-aortic lymph nodes are enlarged. The para-aortic lymph nodes are enlarged. You give arsenic iode. Suppose in case of carcinoma of the lungs, you will find the hilar lymph nodes are enlarged and scattered lymph nodes are enlarged. You give what? Arsenic iode. That is first drug of choice. In case of brain tumor, you give first choice one drug, important drug is arsenic iode. Because all glandular involvements, internal glandular involvements, and tubercular background, arsenic iode is a drug of choice. And arsenic diode is also a drug of choice in case of atherosclerosis. You know, all the iodes, almost all the iodes are anti-atherosclerosis. They are indicated in case of atherosclerosis. Very important. Almost all the iodes, it may be strontium iode, it may be iodium, etc. We'll find almost all the iodes are indicated in case of what? Atherosclerosis. So arsenic iode, please remember, is the most important drug. Now coming to Cactus G. Cactus G is if you say that the most important drug for cardiac disease to deal with varieties of cardiac disease is Cactus G. It's Cactus G. Okay. Because why Cactus G? Because it is anti-hemorrhagic, it is anti-atherosclerotic, it is also diuretic, it's indicated in edema, it's but also it is indicated in case of angina, and also we'll find in case of cardiac asthma. So Cactus G, suppose you want to prevent cardiac disease. Suppose in one case you find that already, we'll find that coronary artery blockages are there. Coronary artery blockages are there. Then 3 drugs you can use. One drug is arnica 6. The second drug is Cactus G6, and the third drug is a heart tonic. That is either Crataegus mother tincture or Adonisfer mother tincture. Okay, and you'll find that your patient will be protected. We'll find that the coronary artery blockage maybe what within 3-4 months or maybe 6 months like that. We will find that the next angiogram will show that the coronary artery blockage will be no more there. So it acts as a preventive agent. That is Cactus G. And you know that the first drug of choice in case of myocardial infarction, heart attack, 3 drugs are there. One is what? This Cactus G6, arnica 6, and sulfur 6. That was told by Dr. Rastogi to me. Dr. Rastogi might be knowing, some people may be knowing Dr. Rastogi. Achha. So 3 medicines, please remember, that is Cactus G, sulfur, and arnica. Rotated in a cyclical manner, give very frequently in the first few minutes, first few hours, till the patient is transferred to the hospital. You will find if you can give arnica, but cactus and sulfur, you will find you can save many lives. You can save many lives. Okay. So cactus is very important. Okay. Now, Crataegus I have already discussed. It's a cardiac tonic, myocarditis, irregular heartbeats, and you know that it is also most important drug in case of atherosclerosis. Crataegus. Next is Laurocerasus. So far as cardiac asthma is concerned, although other medicines are there, Cactus is a medicine, Sambal or Ferula Sambal is also a medicine. Other medicines are there. Naja is also a medicine, but the most common medicine is Laurocerasus. Whenever you find dyspnea due to cardiac disease, first think of Laurocerasus. Laurocerasus 30. Dyspnea due to cardiac disease, first think of Laurocerasus 30. Dyspnea due to any pulmonary disease, first think of Stanum. It is in most cases the first drug of choice to me in case of COPD. Wherever there is dyspnea is always there. Stanum is the first drug of choice. But in case of cardiac dyspnea, Laurocerasus 30 is the first drug of choice. So it covers mitral regurgitation, cardiac asthma, cyanotic heart disease, particularly in congenital heart disease, small and feeble pulse. In many cases, in all the congenital heart disease cases, I always give Laurocerasus. You give and see the result. Just give only 7 days time. You can appreciate the result. No more the child will be dyspneic. No more there will be and you'll find asthmatic trouble not be there. Laurocerasus 30. 30th potency, very simple. 30th potency. Now coming to Stropanthus. Stropanthus is also a good cardiac tonic because it actually gives stamina, it strengthens the cardiac muscles. So Stropanthus, please remember, it's a cardiac tonic, number one. It is also anti-arrhythmic, okay, and also it is diuretic. Stropanthus. So in mitral regurgitation with edema and dropsy, Stropanthus is a drug of choice. You see how one drug covers different types of functions, different type of way. It is antiarrhythmic, it is diuretic, okay, and also it is a cardiac tonic. And coming to Viscomal. Next, Viscomal. Valvular heart disease, hypertrophy with valvular insufficiency, following compensation, pulse small, weak and palpitation on exertion, dyspnea aggravated lying on left side, weight and oppression of the heart, as if hands are squeezing the heart. You know, two medicines are there. Cactus, you know, as if heart is squeezed by an iron hand. You remember this medical term language? As if heart is squeezed by an iron hand. That is cactus. And Viscum is like that again. As if the hands are squeezing the heart. And coming to Lycopus, Lycopus, please remember Lycopus V. Three important things are there. It is anti-hemorrhagic, important, and cardiac asthma and rheumatic background. So it can lower the BP, reduces the rate of heart and increases the length of systole. And hemoptysis due to valvular heart disease can be controlled by Lycopus V. And precordial pain, angina, different types of angina is also will find Lycopus V. Now coming to digitalis. Now remember digitalis in one word where there is conduction defect. Where there is conduction defect, digitalis is the first drug choice. Irregular pulse, different types of arrhythmias, you will find digitalis is the first drug of choice. Cardiac disease where pulse is weak, irregular, especially in mitral disease. Pulse intermittent, abnormally slow, and palpitation will be there, and violent palpitation on slightest movement. Sensation as if heart would cease to breathe. Now coming to phosphorus. Phosphorus is a very good drug. Phosphorus is anti-hemorrhagic. Phosphorus is a very beautiful but anti-atherosclerotic drug. And phosphorus is an important constituent memory. It's anti-hemorrhagic and also in fatty degeneration of the heart, just like vanadium, phosphorus is also a great drug. So violent palpitation and anxiety, pulse rapid, and heart dilated, especially of the right side. It is phosphorus. Apocyanum, you know that epis and apocyanum, always we know that epis is the what? Edema without thirst, and apocyanum edema with thirst. And particularly apocyanum edema or anasarca is due to cardiac disease. In particularly mitral and tricuspid regurgitation, arrhythmias, you will find dropsy is there, dropsy with thirst, and that is bradycardia. And coming to convaluria measures, convaluria will find it's also a very good cardiac tonic, just like crataegus, just like Stropanthus. Convaluria is also a good cardiac tonic. Dropsy, palpitation, rapid pulse. We'll find there is endocarditis with extreme orthopnea, sensation as if heart ceases beating, and palpitation from least exertion, like that. And coming to nausea. Nausea is also useful in case of cardiac asthma, just like Sambal. You know Sambal? Ferula Sambal. Sambal is mostly useful in case of in case of dyslipidemia. And the first drug I use always is when there is snoring. If there is a lot of snoring is there, you can give Sambal mother tincture. 20 drops 2 times daily, half an hour before lunch and dinner. Sambal. It actually controls the snoring because it is anti-atherosclerotic. And Sambal is a very good drug. And so nausea is also part in cardiac asthma, just like lorocerasus and spongia also. Dry cough, irritating, inability to lie on the left side, gasping at throat with sense of choking, hypertrophy and valvular lesions, pain in forehead and temple with cardiac symptoms, angina also, different types of angina also. That is what? Nausea. Now, next. Now coming to atherosclerosis, you will find, because you see that dyslipidemia and atherosclerosis. These are the two important, not two, it's one actually. First there is dyslipidemia, then there will be atherosclerosis, then there will be CAD, coronary artery disease. These are preventable. And why that happens actually? That happens because we are taking what? Deep fried articles. Deep fried articles. You know, it is a mixture, mixture. Mixture, you take mixture, mixture. What you tell it? Mixture. Achha. Articles like that, deep fried articles, a mixture, and fried groundnut. Whenever an article is deeply fried, we'll find that the cholesterol that will remain inside the body. That will deposit it in the arterial walls. That is the most important cause of leading cause of atherosclerosis. So advise your patients to drastically stop deep fried articles. Not even one spoonful of mixture in a week is also banned. It's dangerous actually. One who is gaining weight and one who is going towards, leading towards atherosclerosis, etc. Stop totally and request them, tell them, advise them that take as far as the raw food they can take. Salads, sprouts and fruits. Let your luxury be not biryani and pizza or burger like that. Let your luxury be what? Sprouts, salads and fruits. If you can, suppose in any serious disease, in any disease like cancer, in any diseases, serious and leading towards death, if you can drastically change your diet pattern to 80% diet from raw articles and 20% cooked, then you will find the disease will suddenly retrogress. 100 times long breathing. 100 deep breathing. So I advise the person to do long omkar. Om. Long omkar. 100 times long breathing and 80% natural diet will reduce the course of, retroverse the course of many important diseases, including cancer. 100 times long breathing and 80% your. And if you can take a 70% of your food as raw food, drastically from each month you will lose 3 to 5 kg weight. Reduce your daily taking diet 75% or 70% at least to raw food. Starting from the morning to lunch, take only raw food. And in the lunch, you take at least 150 grams of salads, and then you start taking your lunch. And you will reduce your weight 3 to 5 kg per month, every month. Need not do much exercise. We'll start with. Because actually raw food is actually our food. Our nature provides us raw food. Anybody in the any animal in the nature, they cannot go hefty nor cannot grow thin just because they are taking raw food. Nature is providing the food. So in all cardiac diseases, because the CAD disease will find, because the basic cause is we are taking fatty food. We are taking this fast food actually. That is the basic cause. And if you can change this, you will find that you'll be astonished that how many young, it is the next killer disease. Coronary artery is the next killer disease to cancer. You can prevent it. And particularly we have got a lot of medicines for atherosclerosis like arsenic iode, plumbum iode, beritacar, beritamur, crataegus, phosphorus, arnicamont, like that. And for dyslipidemia, for hyperlipidemia, for hypercholesteremia, for hypertriglyceridemia. We have got a lot of medicines. And the simple drug I use is alfalfa mother tincture. Alfalfa mother tincture is the simplest drug I use for increased try. You try it. Just advise your patient to take a lot of sprouts and salads and fruits and alfalfa mother tincture 20 to 25 drops twice daily, half an hour before lunch and dinner. You'll find within 3 months, you'll find the triglyceride will be under control. So not only alfalfa mother tincture, we'll find we have got mother tincture like Terminalia arjuna. We have got also crataegus mother tincture is there also, and also Glycerasia glabra, and Allium sativa, Gouteria goumari, Avena sativa, and also Cucurma longa, Cholesterinum, Aurum met, Beritamur, Calcarecar, etc. So many drugs, so many anti-dyslipidemic drugs, so many dyslipidemic drugs are not found in any system of medicine, but we have in homeopathy. And apart from that also, we have got the constitutional medicine. You try to advise your patient to take raw food as far as practicable, and then you give the constitutional medicine. You see everything will be under control. So now, common medicine for cardiac arrhythmia. Next. We'll find also for cardiac arrhythmia, we have got a good number of medicines. All anti-arrhythmic drugs are highly toxic. You can, if you do not, you have forgotten to read the medicine book today. All anti-arrhythmic drugs are highly toxic. Their bad effect is more dangerous than their good effect. But in homeopathy, we have got digitalis, but digitalis is the digoxin-like bad effect is not there in digitalis. You can also use potentize, but digitalis. So aconite, belladonna, digitalis, iberis, arsenic iode, latrodoctus, acid hydrocyanic, etc. are useful in case of to control arrhythmias also. And also angina. Common medicines to deal with angina are amyl nitrosum, arsenic alb, aconite, arsenic iode, cactus, cactus G, crataegus, naja, etc. And cuprum aceticum, common drug in hay fever, etc. Okay. Now acid hydrocyanic, naja, strontium carb, and strontium iode, acid oxalic, latrodextrose, etc. Now coming to homeopathic medicines, heart failure. Very commonly you will find these drugs. Adonis for crataegus, adrenaline, will find digitalis, glonine, apocyanum, lilium teak, calicarb, stropanthus, lycopus, phosphorus. These are medicines for heart failure. Okay. And please remember acid hydrocyanic and also adrenaline, because adrenaline is a very good anticoagulant in case of cardiac disorders, and it has got the capacity to stop the to take care of aneurysm. It can stop the arterial hemorrhages. It can control absorb the clots, etc. So adrenaline in lower potency can be useful in case of different cardiac diseases. And remember acid hydrocyanic. Acid hydrocyanic is a very strong poison and are indicated in case of paralytic condition of the lungs. In many cases of COVID cases, I have given acid hydrocyanic, where the patient is already in the in the ICU. In the I have given hydrocyanic acid. And those doctors who are cooperative, I had given in consultation with them acid hydrocyanic acid. And you have seen lachesis, acid hydrocyanic. They have the lungs paralysis in case of lung paralysis, and acid hydrocyanic acid also is a medicine in case of cardiac disease and in case of cardiac paralysis like that. Okay. Now I have already discussed that. Agree. In case of heart attack or myocardial infarction, we can give arnica, cactus, and sulfur alternately. Okay. So that is a very rapid discussion about the different cardiac diseases that is affecting the actually elderly people, and what are the very common and most important drugs which we are useful in case of to take care of different types of cardiac diseases. Next, come to cancer. Cancer, because you know that, agree, cancer is the second leading cause of death among people over age of 65. Homeopathic treatment can in many cases cure or palliate the disease and make quality of life better. Management of pain, vomiting, and other symptoms can be effectively managed, effectively achieved by homeopathic medicines, and longevity can be definitely improved. Now, many of us, most of us are definitely when treating cancer cases, and we'll find that if we share our experiences, we'll find we can be richer and we can better treat the cancer cases, because cancer cases are amenable to homeopathic drugs. They can be treated by homeopathic drugs. Have confidence and treat your cases. And the most important case, the most important medicine in case of cancer is just like you are dealing common cold. Just like as you are dealing common cold, deal also cancer. Do not think that they take the name into consideration, because once you take the name into consideration, we'll find you will be puzzled. So do not take the whole totality of a case. Take the symptoms, very meticulously study the symptoms. Take the past history into consideration. Take the family history into consideration, and try to reach into a consider everything, totality of symptoms. Try to decide a constitutional medicine. That is the best medicine. Apart from that, we have got many medicines to take care of different types of advanced stages of cancer. Okay. Now, the most important polycrest drugs are thuja, lachesis, silicea, lycopodium, sulfur, phosphorus, sepia, petroleum, causticum, arsenic alp, and arsenic iodide, etc. And you know that the calcareas, the calcarea carb, calcarea sulf, calcarea phos, calcarea iode, calcarea acetica, calcarea fluor, and calcarea oxalic. Whenever you find a patient of calcarea constitution, give calcarea carb. Particularly, you will find if the person is calcarea constitution and glands are involved, think of calcarea iode, because you know all iodes are glandular. All iodes are, they affect the glands. So calcarea iode is a calcarea constitution with glandular involvement. And calcarea acetica and calcarea oxalica. These two are indicated in case of what? To manage the pain. To manage the pain in case of the latter stage of cancer, these two medicines are very important. Calcarea what? Acetica and calcarea oxalica. Otherwise, just take the case, see if it is calcarea carb, to give calcarea carb. And the Kali group of medicines like Kali iode, Kali sulf, Kali carb, Kali bichrome, etc. And Kali cyanatum also, in particular in case of tongue cancer, mouth cancer, oral cancer, Kali cyanatum is also a very good drug. And natrums like natrum mur, natrum sulf, the acids, acetic acid, carbolic acid, hydrocyanuric acid, nitric acid, formic acid. Particularly acetic acid and carbolic acid are indicated in case of stomach cancer, where particularly vomiting is there. Uncontrollable vomiting of stomach cancer can be controlled by taking acetic acid and carbolic acid. Now, nosodes, you know that carcinosin, serenum, psychotico, malandrinum, tuberculinum, medurinum, bowel nosodes like Morgan, dysentrico, Gartner's may be required. Please remember that malandrinum, in which case usually very many physicians give what? Carcinosin, you know. In case of any cancer case, most physicians give occasional doses, infrequent doses of carcinosin. Yes or no? And also serenum is also like that. Serenum. But malandrinum is a drug where you will find the remnants of cancer. Suppose there is an operation. Operation has already been done, and some remnants are there. Definitely, one cannot give a guarantee. So to observe the remnants of the cancer operated cases, we will find malandrinum is a drug of choice. So think of malandrinum in case of what? To observe the remnants of cancerous deposits. To think of what? Malandrinum. Okay. And another thing I must tell you, that is cadmium. Recently, many physicians are using cadmium group. You know cadmium group, cadmium sulf, cadmium met, cadmium oxydatum, cadmium ars, cadmium iode. These are the very frequently. Nowadays, many physicians are using what? Cadmium drug. Out of which you will find that cadmium sulf is most important to control the vomiting of cancer. Of course, cadmium sulf is a medicine for what? Different types of what? Very chronic vomiting. You will find chronic vomiting, very uncontrollable vomiting. Think of giving what? Cadmium sulf. Please remember, cadmium sulf is a medicine to control very difficult cases of vomiting. Of course, to control the vomiting of cancer, we have got so many medicines like cadmium sulf, bismuth, creosote, acetic acid, carbolic acid, like that. But cadmium sulf is the first drug of choice. And you know, you please remember that ferromet also. Remember ferromet. It may be cancer vomiting or vomiting of the children also. Whenever vomiting is just following the after eating. Vomiting after eating. In case of children, you can give also ferromet. In case of cancer patients also, you can give ferromet. This is the first drug of choice. Vomiting during eating or just after eating. It is a ferromet 30, you can give it. And vomiting, if it is what? Delayed. Suppose the patient feels as if the food is stocked there. Is what? And even the vomiting may happen after a few days. Means suppose he has taken today some article, food article, that will vomited maybe 2 days after. That is bismuth. Vomiting a few hours after taking food. That is creosote. So, and vomiting immediately after eating is what? Ferromet. Please remember. And cadmium sulf is the most important drug to control very chronic and very severe vomiting, particularly in case of cancer. Okay. Now, remember this cadmium. And another cadmium important drug is cadmium oxalic. Because you know that many people nowadays are using aluminum utensils, cooking wares. Many cooking wares are what? Made up of what? Aluminum. You find for the aluminum poisoning, this cadmium oxalicum is a medicine. So in case of very severe cases of cancer, late stage of cancer, you can give what? Cadmium oxalicum. Okay. So this cadmium group of medicines are nowadays very frequently used by so many doctors. Now, coming to the different types of mother tinctures which are very frequently used in case of cancer. Next, yes, gallium appa. Please remember two medicines. One is gallium appa, the other is Stilingia. Whenever there is any visceral inflammation of any soft tissue, post-formation pyogenic inflammation of any soft tissue, give gallium appa. Suppose there is appendicitis. You know that one common drug of appendicitis is what? Irix, Tenax. And if it is very severe, the pain is very severe and hot sensation is there, you can also give belladonna. But if you give gallium appa, you will find the inflammation will be absorbed. The inflammation will be controlled. The infection will be controlled. Suppose you can give gallium appa in any case. Suppose after post-surgery, you have seen that in many cases you will find the sutures will not be healed. You will find you will get a lot of cases where you will find post-surgery the healing will not be proper. In those cases, blindly give gallium appa Q. We will find only in a few days the infection will be controlled. Very important drug, particularly where the inflammation is confined to the soft tissue. And when the inflammation reaches periosteum and the bone, give Stilingia. So suppose in case of osteomyelitis, which drug is to be given, gallium appa or Stilingia? Stilingia, definitely, because Stilingia, the inflammation, the infection reaches periosteum and the bone. It is a drug in case of what? Osteomyelitis. And it is also a drug in case of cancer. In any cancer, whenever I find that the inflammation has reached bone, we will find that Stilingia is the drug of choice. Suppose not only in case of cancer, we'll find I treated a case of this erosion, degeneration of the head of the femur. In a child aged about 10 or 11 like that, there occurs degeneration of the left side of the head of the femur, and she was advised operation, and I gave her only constitutional drug and Stilingia mother tincture. Within 3 months, the child was able to perform all his playing, etc. And Stilingia is so important drug. So please remember these two important drugs, gallium appa Q and Stilingia Q. Now, next is Huangnan. Huangnan is glandular cancer. Huangnan is glandular cancer. Huangnan is indicated in case of Hodgkin's disease. In case of Hodgkin's disease, in case of cancer of the prostate, in case of cancer of the thyroid, in case of cancer of the breast also, Huangnan is indicated. In all glandular cancer cases, you can think of giving Huangnan. Achha. Cancer of glandular structures, ovary, liver, etc. Pustules and boils, leprosy, old ulcers, tertiary syphilis, eczema, etc. And Huangnan removes fetor and hemorrhages in cancer and revives the healing process. So just like gallium appa also, we'll find Huangnan has the capacity, it can heal and remove the fetor in the hemorrhagic cases in case of cancer. Next is Gossypium. Many people think that Gossypium is indicated in case of to induce MTP, to induce abortion, is not it? Do you know that Gossypium is a women-friendly remedy? It is not only indicated in case of to induce or in case of secondary amenorrhea you are giving Gossypium. Maybe in case of pregnancy, to terminate the pregnancy in early cases also you are giving Gossypium. But Gossypium, please remember, it is a women-friendly remedy. And it is most important usefulness is in case of tumor, in case of cancer of the uterus. In case of the we'll find uterine we'll find tumor of the breast also, and where the axillary glands are involved, and also we'll find tumor of the uterus also, we'll find gossypium is a good medicine. Now come to Sempervivum tectorum. Very important drug, Sempervivum tectorum. Sempervivum tectorum is very commonly used in case of what? In case of herpes zoster. Just like Meserium you are giving, in case of herpes zoster. Sempervivum is very important. Sempervivum tectorum. Herpes zoster and cancerous tumors. Serous induration of tongue and malignant ulcers of mouth. Cancer, tongue with stabbing pain. Cancer of mouth, stomach, tongue, anus, breast. Please remember Sempervivum tectorum in case of cancer of GI tract. Starting from the mouth to the anus, wherever you find cancer or what chronic ulcerations, even in case of ulcerative colitis. In case of ulcerative colitis cases also, you can give what? Sempervivum other thing. Sempervivum tectorum, also Ruta. Ruta Q is also indicated in case of cancer of the rectum, and Ruta Q is also in potency is indicated in case of what? In case of what? Ulcerative colitis. Please remember, it's very important. This ulcerative colitis is very difficult to be cured. Always people are taking tablets and for lifelong, but you can cure it by giving homeopathic medicine. Remember, very two important drugs. One is what? Ruta mother tincture. The other one is what? Sempervivum tectorum mother tincture. Remember Sempervivum tectorum. It is also indicated into breast cancer. Also, cancer from GI mouth to the rectum. Okay. Now coming to ornithogallum. Very commonly people use ornithogallum in case of cancer of the stomach. But not only that, you will find that ornithogallum is a cancer, gastric and abdominal indurations are there. Cancer of the whole intestinal tract. Chronic ulceration from mouth to anus. Ornithogallum is also drug like that. Gastric ulceration with hemorrhage, complete prostration is there. And coming to cinnamonum, cancer where pain and fever are present, hemorrhages, hemoptysis, PPH. Cinnamonum is also indicated very frequently in case of what? Hemorrhage of the hemorrhoids. In case of hemorrhage of the hemorrhoids also, cinnamonum is a drug of choice. Now Scrofularia rhodosa, we have been discussing that Scrofularia rhodosa is a medicine in case of a glandular cancer or any enlargement of the gland. Any enlargement of the gland may require what? Scrofularia nodosa. And Scrofularia nodosa is also useful in case of chronic what? Recurrent bronchitis also. So it's breast tumor, epithelioma, scrofulous swelling, and rectal cancer, painful bleeding piles, that is Scrofularia nodosa. Now hydrostatic scan, you know that hydrostatic scan is mostly indicated in case of liver and also uterus and mouth and lung and brain. Stomach, uterus cancer with thick yellow ropey secretion. Always hydrostatic scan, wherever the discharge is, it may be what? Salivation from the mouth, it is what? Ropey, it is stringy, it is sticky. That is what? That is hydrostatic scan. You can give hydrostasis also in very high potency. Hydrostasis also is given in 1 m and 10 m potency like that. Now coming to Condurango. Condurango is very frequently used in case of tongue cancer. But Condurango, but it is useful in case of stomach, esophageal cancer, and can be useful in the what? Also not only mother tincture, you can give it in also a 30th potency also you can use Condurango. Now Sidomacry. Sidomacry is most important in case of rectal cancer is there. In case of a piles or a hemorrhoid leading to cancer. Hemorrhoid leading to cancer. You can think of Sidomacry. In case of severe pain due to what? Piles. Severe pain due to piles or hemorrhoidal pain, you can think of Sidomacry. Sidomacry, peonia, these can be given in mother tincture form and in lower potencies. But you'll find that it's very important, the drug in case of cancer. It has also capacity to modify the tumors and retards its growth. Please remember that Bufo is indicated in case of breast cancer to restrain the growth of cancer, and for general cancer, carbosulf is a drug of choice, and Sidomacry is also a drug of choice which can modify and retard the growth of tumors. Now coming to Asterias rubens. Asterias rubens is a very good glandular medicine and mostly indicated in case of breast cancer, particularly the left side in the advanced stage. Where we will find the breast cancer, we will find the what? The concerned axillary lymph nodes are enlarged. We will find with breast cancer, when there is metastasis, the axillary lymph nodes are enlarged. And if it is the left side, well and good, that is what Asterias rubens. Asterias rubens can be given in 50 millimeter scale, in 30th potency, and also in mother tincture form. Very good medicine, not only for left side, it is also for right side. But I will give you one example. A lady of about, she came to me about at 75 years age or like that. She was having breast cancer. She was operated, but the cancer didn't really. Rather, there occurs metastasis to the lungs and metastasis to the liver. I got the case in the very late stage, and at that time her age was about 75, 76. She became alive up to 86. 10 years she survived without any pain, nothing complication, nothing. And lastly, what happened? Do you know? Lastly, again there occurred drainage. One breast tumor developed, it burst open, and a lot of pus was there, but absolutely no pain. And the patient actually survived for 10 years. So at that time I could remember that I had given Asterias rubens because there was an advanced stage of cancer. Okay, so please remember Asterias rubens in case of glandular A, particularly breast, when it is advanced, and that is metastasis to the axillary glands, lymph nodes. Now, sister scan is also a medicine, but you will find that it is a glandular, where sister scan is indicated, the gland is always very hard. Sister scan, the gland is very hard. Carbo animalis, the gland is tender, not like sisters. Sisters is hard, almost painless. But carbo animalis you will find it is very tender. Now, phalandinum. Please remember this phalandinum. In case of any pain of the breast, maybe of the both side, usually what drug you choose? You give first initially what? Phytoloca, belladonna like that. But you give blindly phalandinum 30. In any case of breast pain, you give phalandinum 30, you will find the breast pain will be controlled within a few days, 1 to 2 to 3 days maximum. Phalandinum 30 is a drug of choice in case of mammary pain, both sides. Okay. And phalandinum is also indicated in case of cancer of the mammary glands. Offensive expectoration and cough in phthisis, bronchitis is also phalandinum. Now, Blatta americana is a drug of choice where there is ascites. There may be liver involvement, metastasis to the liver, and there is ascites, and you can think of Blatta americana. 30th potency is enough. You can give Blatta americana 30, and you'll see the ascites will be well under control by taking Blatta americana. Now, Akalifa indica, I shall give you one example of a very good singer of Odisha. He passed away just within 8 days or 10 days back. He was having advanced cancer. He was having metastasis to the liver and lungs. Particularly, there was frequently hemoptysis was there. Frequent hemoptysis was there. I gave him constitutional drug, phosphorus I had given, and I had given Akalifa indica. She survived with my treatment for about 7 to 8 years. Lastly, he died at the age of 83 years. Lastly, he died 83 years, only 10 days back. He was the most renowned singer in Odisha. And just after taking Akalipa indica, the hemoptysis was totally controlled. Only streaks of blood came, but no heavy bleeding was there. So continuous, he for about 6 or 7 years, he had taken this Akalipa indica mother tincture. Phosphorus, and occasionally gallium also I had given, occasionally gallium mother tincture, but phosphorus 50 millimeter scale, and this Akalipa indica throughout the treatment I had given. And he was able to maintain. Lastly, when he died, 10 days before that, his daughter telephoned me, and I gave some medicine. However, he died at the age of 83. So please remember Akalipa indica. The last drug I am telling you is Nigella sativa. You know black cumin? Kalajira, you know black cumin? Black cumin. Nigella sativa is nowadays very frequently used by different physicians. It is a medicine to control diabetes. It's a medicine to control different type of cancer. It's a medicine to control this dyslipidemia. It's a very good medicine for different type of cancer. So Nigella sativa, even a raw Nigella sativa can be taken by anybody. And in Quran, there is a line that the person who is taking Nigella sativa Other than his when stipulated death time, nothing can affect him. In Quran, there is a line. So black cumin, if is taken regularly, then the person his immunity system will grow very nicely, so that he will be affected by almost no. But nowadays you can see Nigella sativa, black cumin in the internet, and see only the research articles you read will find Nigella sativa is very highly indicated accepted by the scientific society. So it's indicated in cancer, breast, lungs, skin, and renal cancer also, prostate, etc. So with this, I am concluding my speech for lecture for today. There are so many drugs are there, but I find that this time is over probably, and you are just feeling slightly restlessness is there. Now I request, if you have got any questions, you can ask me related to the topic or beyond the topic. You can ask me. I can freely share whatever experience I have. So I think that probably you don't have any questions here. You want to put some question? Yes, ask me. In case of cataract. My experience is that if you give medicines for cataract, we have already discussed the medicines here, we'll find cataract can be, the proportion can be prolonged for a pretty long period. And if it is very, very premature stage, if you can start treating the cataract, we'll find the person will require no operation. If the cataract is quite advanced, then the person requires operation. Because cataract operation nowadays is very easy. The Phaco method or advanced methods are there. That's why people are opting for operation. We also advise the patient to go for operation. Otherwise, actually, cataract we can also deal with homeopathic medicines. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. You've left all of us captivating and giving us a lot of understanding for various clinical diseases. Thank you for the audience for being grasped and taking the motto of homeopathy in geriatrics with this session. The queries will be answered later on soon. Now I would like to call upon our honorary advisor, Dr. Shankar Kunapareddy, sir, to give his valuable views on today's session and also moderate the discussion. Interactive session will begin with Dr. Manoj, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My namaskaram to each one of you. It's been after a long time that I'm getting on the stage, so I think I'm a little nervous. So might sound a little feeble now, but I'm sure I'll boom in your ears in a while. So all my 30 plus years of practice, I've never looked at what a disease does to the body. I've always looked at how the person reacts to a disease. For instance, BP. BP does the same damn thing to everybody. Of course, different degrees of affection. But I've always looked at how a person reacts when he's diagnosed with BP. That, to me, is individualization. I'll probably explain this in a little while too. So coming to the geriatric aspect of my talk today, I had a 75-year-old patient who came to me with knee pain, back pain, complaining that he's feeling very weak. So I assured him that I can do something for him. I never promised him that I can cure him, I can heal him, but I told him I can definitely help him. And after I assured him, I spoke to him and I said, sir, we humans have created a car. We invented a car. Now this car which is invented is meant to serve us for a certain number of years. Let's say 30 years. The government says 15 years. Let's say 30 years. But after some time, the car starts to give you trouble. And then you start repairing it. You start replacing parts. And then it runs for another 5 years. But after that, again, it starts to give you trouble. Whatever you do, it'll keep troubling you. Some sound will coming, it'll not start, something or the other will keep happening. What we humans have created has got a lifespan. Similarly, our created who created us, we have a lifespan. It is not fair to expect our body to be absolutely fine all our lifetime. It is going to give us trouble at some point or the other. It's very important to accept that we are growing old, that we are going to have some kind of discomfort or the other in our lives. Now, when I speak to this to the patient starts to think about it. Yeah, you know what this guy is saying makes sense. I'm growing old. I will have some issues or the other. I don't have to go on repairing myself. Some kind of acceptance will come into him. Now, there was another patient who came to me with multiple issues. He used to take 15 tablets a day. All kind of issues, lung, heart, kidneys, everything. Very unhappy. Once again, when he came to me, I told him that, sir, don't worry about it. I'll give you medications. I'll make you comfortable. And once you are settled, I asked him, sir, do you have any idea about what is the life expectancy of an Indian? An average life expectancy of an Indian? He said, no, I don't know. I said, it's 69 years. I said, you're 82. 80% of the people die at the age of 69. You're lucky to be alive at the age of 82. When you go to bed and when you wake up in the morning, you're able to open your eyes and you're alive. Do you realize that lakhs of people who went into bed with you do not wake up? You're lucky to be alive at 82. Open your eyes, you're alive, smile. Thank you, God, that you're special. He's given you another day. So when you look at a perspective like this, you look at life in a different way. It is not important to stay alive. It is important to live your life. So when you say these kind of things, the patient kind of, starts to begin to think, because nobody has ever spoken to him that, man, you're supposed to die at 70, you're still 82. How are you alive? Nobody tells him that. The family cannot tell him that. Nor can the friends, nor can anybody tell him that. But this is the reality. 80% of the people with you have died. You are 20%. You are alive, but you're still complaining. My back is paining. I'm getting up to pass urine in the night. I'm not remembering things. So what if you have to wake up 2 to 3 times in the night? Go back to sleep. If you don't get sleep, sleep in the daytime. It's not that you're going to office every day at 82. It's a perspective. Another patient came to me saying that, doctor, I'm now 80 plus and all my life I've had 2 pegs in the night. Now the doctor says don't drink, because if you drink, your health is going to get spoiled. So I stopped drinking. Now I can't sleep. I bark at everybody who come near me. Naturally, because he's been drinking all his life and suddenly he stops his drinks, he's bound to not to get to sleep. So his doctor wrote him a sleeping tablet, and then he also gave him an antidepressant. Now, this reminds me of my father, who was a homeopathic doctor himself, pretty famous. He used to have his drinks every night. And then at the end of his life, he was diagnosed with cancer and he was bedridden. And while he was bedridden, he used to every night, call one of them and said, get me a small. I was a fresh doctor, then out of medical college, came home and I said, no, He cannot have a drink. It's against medical, this thing. His health will get spoiled. This poor man, who was a tiger all his life, was helplessly lying down in bed, and every night he used to ask, give me a couple of drinks, but we never gave him. None of the family members gave because I am the doctor. When I said, how can they give? No. He continued to live another 4 to 6 months and he died. Now, the point I'm trying to make is, what did I achieve by not giving him a couple of drinks in the night? Had I given him a couple of drinks, he would have slept peacefully. He would have not been so irritable. Did I prolong his life by not giving him anything? I tortured him. Not intentionally, but that's how we are. Now, all of you are doctors, so what I want to tell you is there is a disclaimer to what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything out of a book. All I'm saying is out of my experience. Some of you might agree, some of you may not agree to it. But as doctors, there is a special power that is given to us. We need to identify the special power. The special power is, normally when somebody talks to people, they dissect everything that you talk. Now, suppose I'm saying something, you try to dissect what I'm saying. Is he saying the right thing? Is he saying the wrong thing? Is it acceptable, not acceptable? And then if it seems okay for you, then you absorb what I'm saying. Everywhere, anybody you talk, you will always dissect what they're saying. Your intelligence is meant to do that. But when a doctor speaks, it is a command. The most powerful person, including Modi, if his doctor says, Modi ji, you should not do this, he will not question him. Yes or no? That is the power that a doctor has got. Now you ask yourself, are you using this power in your clinic to give a different perspective to the patient? Or are you just being a chemist? I repeat, are you using this power in your clinic? Or are you just following what has been taught to you in the medical college? And are you just being a chemist? A lot of patients, they come with cancer, terminal cancer, 4th stage of cancer, 75-year-old, 80 years old, 4th stage of cancer. It has gone into the lungs, it has gone into the bones. Doctor, I want to take chemotherapy, I want to take radiation. I said, for what? You're 80 plus, you've lived your life, you're a burden on this earth. And you want to take chemotherapy and punish yourself? You know what's going to happen today? You come to my clinic walking. You start chemotherapy, I have to come to home and see you. Today you're able to pass urine on your own. If you start chemotherapy, you will have a catheter in your bloody bladder. You decide what you want to do. The point I'm trying to make is, the patient cannot make a choice. The patient doesn't know what to do. He listens to the doctor. You go to an allopathic doctor, you go to an oncologist, he'll say, you've got a disease, you need to get a radio, you need to get a chemotherapy done, get it done. He doesn't know that there is another choice. Now, this choice is something you and I need to give to this patient. Logic. You are so old. Why do you want to stay alive and be in bed with tubes in your mouth, in your nose? Do you want to just stay alive or you want to live your life? This is a choice. He knows, but nobody speaks to him these kind of. But as a doctor, you have this special power to discuss these things with patient. So you need to have the ability to make a choice for the patient. Same thing, if a 40-year-old guy comes, you're not going to say the same thing to him. You're going to say, yes, go do chemotherapy, go radiation, do whatever is there available to you, and then you take care of yourself. But you don't do that to somebody who is beyond 75, 80. Particularly those who come with no symptoms. I had the other day one patient who was 85, 87 years old, completely metastasized cancer. Sir, do you have any problem? No, I'm very happy. I had a beautiful life. I lived my life with some actors, Vinod Khanna. I produced movies and I have a beautiful life and all that. So why do you want? No. Cancer is there everywhere. Might as well take chemotherapy. I told him, you start chemotherapy, you won't be able to function the way you're going to function. Now, these are the decisions that we need to help the patient make. This is what makes you a better doctor, a different doctor. Now, once again, jumping back to the geriatric part of it. I've seen a lot of elderly people make, at the end of when you're 80 plus, you have a lot of money in the bank or you have a lot of property in the bank, which you want to give it off to others. So most of them, they write a will saying that I want to give this property to charity after I die, or I want to give this particular building to my son after I die. Now, my question is, why after you die? Now, the hard-earned money that you made, why don't you do charity while you're alive and see the joy of giving? Who knows what your money is going to happen after you die? Do you know that you're seeing from there what is being done with your money? No. While you're alive, give it. See the joy. See the joy on people's faces. See it transform somebody. And then you also write a will. You give it to your children. See them enjoy the property that you're giving rather than after you go, they fight over it. Give it to them while you're alive. Keep yourself, make yourself secure. That's very important. Make sure that children don't throw you out of the house. The last thing is, see, life is so beautiful. Okay, I think I've got a letter here. Anyway, I think I'll. Right, sir. I think the time is up. One last thing I'd like to say, all the people who are geriatric, or you can actually convey this to a lot of your patients, is that once they cross a particular age, it makes to, write down something. You put it in a piece of paper, what you want to do. Suppose tomorrow you are brain dead. You don't have the ability to think. What do you want to do? Suppose you are diagnosed with a terminal disease. What do you want to do? If you have to be in the hospital on ventilator, what do you want to do? Why don't you write it down rather than ask your child to take a decision for you? If your child or family is going to take a decision for you and something happens to you, they will have to live their entire life in that guilt. Now, this is about you, about your life. You have the choice to make your decision. You write it down. How does it matter? Write it on a piece of paper. Type it down. This is what I want to be if I am in this state. Don't let the family decide for you. You should decide for yourself. You should know how to live your life. You should know how to die. So with that, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. There's one last small thing that I'd like to say. People spoke about research. I've heard a young man come up with something about combinations, and Chary Garu spoke about research. You see, one of the biggest challenge in research is if clinical trials have to be done, homeopathic doctors, Ayurvedic doctors have to follow the protocol that is set for allopathic doctors. The Ayush systems of medicine do not work the way the allopathic medicines work. So clinical trial cannot be done on allopathic protocol. We Ayush systems have to develop a protocol on our own. That's the only way clinical trial can happen. You cannot expect blood changes to happen after giving our medicines. You can expect other changes to happen. So there has to be a change in the clinical trial protocol that has to happen. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'd like to give my gratitude to my gurus, Dr. Janardhan Reddy Garu, Dr. Shankar Garu, for not only mentoring me with some effort that I'm doing with the clinical trial, but also for all the life lessons that you've been giving me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable experience. Now I would like to I would request Dr. Janardhan Reddy, sir, to please share his comments.
Oh, good evening to everybody. You have been sitting for the past 5 years, 5 months, 5 days, hours. I think. So marathon, 2 Bahubali movies you have seen, number 1 and 2. I really appreciate your patience. Today's Dr. Ramaya's memorial lecture. So I pay homage to the great doctor who is a self-made doctor. He did not go to any institute for his studies in homeopathy, and he picked up subject easy. You have to write the editorial, which should be connected on the present day, talking about the past, taking into the future. It's not that easy. So you have to live up to the expectations. Really, most of the times I used to see the editorial and keep aside the magazine because I'm not a very good reader. So my grateful respect to Shankar sir and Dr. Venugopal, who has been taking all the pains, single-handed he has been working. Dr. Gopala Krishna, Dr. Sampath, and Dr. Durgaprasad, and all other people, they have helped, because to bring out a journal is not that easy. You have to spend some 10 to 15,000 rupees per month. We have built up this building with a great effort. And in addition to that, bringing a journal every month is not an ordinary thing. Coming to the subject, you can photograph the candle, but not the light. You can photograph the rose, but not the fragrance. The materia medica is such. Only you can just like photographing the candle and photographing the rose. You can't see the fragrance of the rose and the light of the candle unless you penetrate deeply into the subject with great focus. This focus is not that easy because I've been teaching materia medica since 52 years. It is compulsory for me. That's why there are different angles of the subject. We have been listening for the past 2 hours or 1 hour 40 minutes about geriatrics. So problems of the senior citizens. I tell you, the biggest problem for an old man or senior citizen is fear of death. We are attached to the body. We want to live forever. In fact, you are living forever. That you do not know. This body we have acquired and we have to live it off. But you want to live forever. You have been living forever. You are deathless because you did not born. But the problem is we want to live this body which has to be condemned. But we will not go into the philosophy. So you have come here to understand what are the remedies for the people, those who are having some disease at the old age. I'll complete within 10-15 minutes. Don't bother. I'll give you tips for you. Any disease, an old man, if he suffers with any disease, he wants to live. So, because he has fear of death, he is running to you. Otherwise, he won't come to you. He can tolerate because there are financial problems. People cannot get him to the hospital. There is no caretaker. He's suffering from depression. So, it's not that easy for an old man to come to a clinic or to the hospital. So what are the remedies at that time to get rid of fear of death? At least at 90% or 80%. Number one, arsenicum album followed by carcinosin. You remember. He talks, sir, doctor, I want to live for so long time. Dr. Manoj was telling the old man, you better to live writing your properties. He has got daily 200 patients. For him, no problem. But for a person like you who gets some 10 or 15 patients, if you advocate them philosophy, they run away and you have to have fasting. So you have to give a sort of psychological assurance that he can live for at least some time. So arsenic followed by carcinosin is a beautiful remedy. The most of the diseases in the old age are related to the bones and the joints. There's a lot of osteopenia, osteoarthritis, or osteopenia, osteomyelitis, osteoarthritis. So the changes in the bones,
You may say rustox, phytolacca, causticum, whatever it is. The remedy which has got affinity for the bones and the joints having the diseases ruta, R-U-T-A, calcarea floor. You can't neglect these two remedies. You give whatever the remedy according to indications, but ruta and calcarea floor are to be remembered. Then, most important, another important thing is old people feel they have been neglected. They have been not taken care of by the members of the family and the society. They will be craving for empathy, love. So there's a big problem. So if anybody has got culture only in that particular family, they can provide it. Otherwise, it's a big problem. So the people, those who crave for the empathy and love, they go into depression. So the remedies for depression in old age, I want to die. I don't want to live anymore. That is only out of frustration they develop. And sometimes they try to attempt suicide. So RMAT, no doubt, it helps to some extent. But the most common remedy with weariness, weakness, and inability to move, and slow down reflexes, the remedy will be acid phosphoric acid. Is a beautiful remedy to make them to come out of depression. So sepia and all other remedies, that you develop a sort of grudge against the society, people around you, because you feel that they are not taking care of you. So you enter into the depression and you go on talking against the people inside, not outside. So that is, you are getting disconnected to the people around. For them, sepia is the remedy. I'm not going to talk all the remedies. Then age-related problems, whatever may be the age-related problem. As I have got baldness, as somebody has got gray hair, somebody has got cataract, prostatic enlargement, and for all such diseases, I'll name only 4 remedies: causticum, conium, beretaca. So whatever the disease is there, if you don't understand any remedy, because the patient is unable to tell you, causticum in the morning, conium in the afternoon, beretacarb in the night, or any time. So these are the 3 remedies will definitely help. Beretacarb, second childhood means, again, you have to give diaper, you have to feed them, you have to cover them, they lose the memory, and they are not connected to the world outside. The beretacarb is a remedy for early senility. There will be, what you say, atrophy of the brain. All organs get deteriorated much earlier than the age. So, beretacarb, causticum, and conium. I tell you, the most important problem is forgetfulness, Alzheimer's disease. Anybody can name only one remedy for Alzheimer's disease? Many patients are treated with only one remedy. What else? Alumina. In alumina, clearly it is stated, forgetfulness of the recent things and remembering of the past. Any man, any old man with dementia or Alzheimer's or any disease, or even during old age without any disease, he will have past. He will be always talking about the past. He will forget what he has done, where he has kept everything. Alumina is a beautiful remedy. Naxu mosqueta is second remedy. If you forget the materia medica, the best remedy, way of life is cook the curries with the coconut oil. In America, many old people are taking curries with coconut oil, and they are recovering 100% within 1 year. It has been proved by many old people. They were given statements. Coconut oil instead of your regular cooking oil. That's why we hear that in Kerala, I don't know Dr. Manoj knows or not, the Alzheimer's disease or the memory loss is less in Kerala, and they are very brilliant, very intelligent, and their memory loss is very minimal because they use coconut oil. So that is another area. Then, so financial problems, if you have got some sort of thing, you can provide them some help, or so you have to give assurance, repeated assurance during old age, because they want to leave. You just cannot ignore them. You have to give lot of empathy, love, concern. And when they come, if you get up, take their hand, make them comfortable, open the door, close the door, these things will make lot of difference. I congratulate the speaker for his elaborate presentation, but we people, especially at this age of 74, even for sitting for 2 hours is a difficult problem, but still he tried to give us a lot of information. I congratulate him. I congratulate and all the audience for your patient presence here, because I think I am the last speaker, or there may be some more, but I am not finding any sort of long faces. So with this, I thank all of you. Namaskar. Because you have got more love for the people. You are committed, sir. We are not committed as you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable hints for practitioners. So Dr. Janardhan Reddy, sir, was our past president. So he was also building committee chairman. So when Dr. Shivashankar sir and me were the office bearers, president and secretary, this auditorium was built, and with a great generous help from Dr. Rameshwar Rao, around 16 lakhs he donated out of 44 lakhs. So Dr. Janardhan Reddy sir was instrumental in getting that money and many donors and getting this dream materialized. So we once again profusely thank him for his great efforts in building up this auditorium. And he has been heading the department. He was principal, he was superintendent of the hospital. And even at this age, 70 plus, sir is more active than all of us and still teaching with all spirits as he was teaching when he was in service. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Shivashankar Kunapareddy Sirji to felicitate our speaker. To felicitate our speaker for today, sir. I request Dr. Shivashankar Kunapareddy Sirji to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. A.K. Mishra, sir.
Sir, please. Sir, and sir.
Thank you, one and all. I now would request Dr. Venugopal Gouri, sir, to please convey the vote of thanks.
Good evening again, everyone. A big thanks to the sponsors of this N. Ramaya Memorial Oration, the grandson of Dr. Ramaya himself, Dr. N. Raghuram, for giving us an opportunity to conduct this memorial oration every year. and true to the genius of Dr. Ramaya and his commitment and fortitude towards the work towards for our system of medicine. We have brought one very inspiring teacher all the way from Bhubaneswar. Just after COVID, when people are just brave enough to come out and breathe free, this was the right time we thought that we should have an inspiring teacher. As we all know, people from the Bengal, that is where homeopathy had landed more than 150 years ago. They are adept in teaching materia medica. They are good at materia medica, and Boric and Allen's is their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And very honest practitioners of our art. We see from that part of our country, and we see that same vein running all through. And Dr. A.K. Mishraji, thank you so much, sir, for taking so much of pain to come all the way. And we thank the good officers of our General Secretary, Dr. Durgaprasad Rao, to invite him, Dr. Sampath Gandhi, to seek his this thing. And we thank our honorary advisor, Dr. Shankar sir, for initiating that beautiful discussion at the end of the lecture. And some good words of intent for old people from our good friend, Dr. Manoj. I'm sure it will be of a great help to many, and they're sure to follow his words in the days to come. If there is one homeopath in the Twin Cities who has benefited most from Dr. Janardhan Reddy sir's nuggets of wisdom, it is me. And I can tell you, you can just simply blindly use whatever he says, and success is yours, and patient will be relieved. And I am his Ekalavya Shishya. I never sat in his class, but have learned and benefited the most from his words of wisdom, as I said. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the homeopaths to have come here and spent great time with us. We look forward to seeing you again next month for N. Venkatrao Srinivas Rao Memorial Oration. And we'll have an equally inspiring teacher lecture then. We thank Dr. Vilma Schwabe for donating 20,000. Madam Sudha Lakshminarayanji, wife of late President Dr. Lakshminarayanji, has donated 25,000 on this occasion. Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Manik Prabhu will carry the certificate for Vilma Schwabe. And we also had participation certificates and for all the people of the governing council and people, all the physicians actually. But because it's a long program, we'll serve you some other time. Thank you so much, sir. We'll raise for the national anthem. This one. What are these? What is this? जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद।